jockey Rajiv Mirage joining us. Raj, glad to have you with us. I know you have to sit next to Andy for today, but I'm sure you two will get along.
He doesn't even have a tie. I mean, I don't understand this.
No, I'm
like
so excited
special
to
rules
be here.
for
Come
you.
on, Andy. I'm so excited to be here. You know, I'm so obsessed with horse racing, so any chance I get to discuss horse racing, even if it's with Andy, I still enjoy it.
Right.
And Andy, as we touched on, a lot of really fun stakes coming up, and it's really nice to see that it seems like Mother Nature's being a little bit more kind to us this week.
We clearly should have invited you earlier because we've been getting punished with such horrendous
He's taking
weather.
credit for bringing the warm weather, by the way,
Of
from
course he is.
Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm only here just to bring the weather for you
Really,
guys.
this is Jamaica weather. You're right. It actually is. It's going to be 80
Brought it in
degrees
a
on
bottle.
Saturday. It's just nice, and this is the last scheduled weekend of the Belmont at the Big A weekend. Ton of stakes, 3 tomorrow, 4 on Saturday, a whole day of stakes on Sunday. And for once, the weather's going to cooperate. And after what's been a tough fall, looking forward to this weekend a great deal.
Yeah.
And having you here makes it even better.
Yeah.
There's some great grass races this weekend up on the stakes, you know, so I'm glad that that's going to be staying in put, and it's fun to cover those kind of races.
Looking forward to talking about all of that. Here's what's coming up today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have 1 through 9 for you, fast and firm. That is nice to see. 2-year-old maiden special weight a little bit later on will be fun to talk about as well. Want to remind everybody, though, you can sign up with Naira Bets and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. That's next week. If you can believe it, use promo code CUP25 and experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Starting things off, sprinting on the turf for the New York bred maiden special weight group. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, will meet the field. Guys, starting off with the first-time starter, Tauriga.
Probably not the one taking money. There's really not much turf better to speak on. It's the other half is more dangerous.
And that other half of the entry, Andy Soretta, much more experienced as well.
Right. Experience works both ways. Has had a lot of chances, but did have a trip last time out, and I think is a big-time player.
Raj, here's the 2. She's a natural. Back to the turf.
Yeah, 0 for 14, never really quite close to winning, and today doesn't look like it's going to be the day.
Shaman Princess, second last time out.
Feels like the speed in this race, which may help her, but she really had the race gifted to her last time and couldn't get it done. I think this is a tougher spot.
Here is the number 4, Big Price, first-time starter, Watch Over Me.
Yeah, trainer Ray Handel, top trainer, but it doesn't quite seem to win with first-time starters. I used to give them a race, so we'll look out for next time.
Here's Strictly Taboo, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, Christophe Clement, second 2 starts back, cutting back to 6 furlongs today. That might be the trick for this one.
First time on the turf for Nay Jude.
Yeah, there is a pedigree. The dam did win 4 or 7 races on the turf. For production, more dirt. Union Rag's not a great turf influence.
Everybody's going to keep trying, though. Here is Splashy. I believe that she went by just a moment ago, cutting back as well.
Yeah, of the 2 Clement horses, this is the one that I prefer the most.
God, I feel better liking the other one now.
Oh, maybe a little side wager going on
Oh, yeah,
here.
let's do it.
2-1, though, on the number 6, Strictly Taboo. For more on this field of New York bred maidens, though, we welcome in another New York bred, Richard Migliori, with us. Richie, I know you're enjoying the sunshine today.
Absolutely, Acacia. It is an absolutely glorious sun-drenched day here at Aqueduct, and a little bit unseasonably warm. You want to see horses get a little bit of a sweat on today. If they're too dry, I think that's more problematic. Let's start with the first-time starter, the one, Tauriga, excuse me. Tauriga doesn't have that turf pedigree. Andy made mention of that. I just like how fit she looks and how well prepared she is, and I love the fact that she had a real solid 5-furlong work on the turf. I put more credence in 5-furlong works on the turf than I do shorter works, and the fact that that was a good solid work over the turf course and, you know, gave them confidence to start her on the grass. I thought she was really interested and really liked the way she was conducting herself. Just seemed like a really smart kind of individual. The horses don't only have to have ability, they have to have the right mind as well. The 3 Shaman Princess, she had that sweat on that I was talking about when she jogged on by, but it's not a negative. That's a positive today. You want to know their natural coolant system is working. I think she could play out to be the speed of the speed here. She showed good speed last time under Jose Lascano, who has just been riding in great form all year, race basically, really consistent. The 6 Strictly Taboo, I really like the turn back for her. She looks physically like a horse that doesn't want much over 6 furlongs. You know, she ran well going 7. I like the turn back. I think it's going to intensify her late turn of foot. And then the horse that I'm going to pick, the 7, the cleverly named Nay Jude. I just couldn't get past the turf pedigree, mare being 4 for 6 on the grass. Took some money on debut, and now they come back on the turf. I think she's kind of interesting and well posted. And Rajiv, welcome to the team.
Hey, thanks for having me. You know, it's nice to be here alongside you again, Richie, and the guys here. You know, I heard you say the 3 getting a little sweaty in behind, and I don't like to see that nervous energy. This was my original pick, but on the track, I think I'm going to shift to the number 1. I like that first-time starter, yeah.
I like Strictly Taboo, who I remember last time when she ran a mile, Christophe said he was running a mile because there just weren't any race coming up. It concerns me. We haven't seen her for nearly 4 months, and she missed some time.
Well, she, like several others, has been entered multiple
so
times and scratched off the
I think she runs her race 2 back. She's going to win this race. Loon Cry would be 1 to 5 in this field.
Yeah, but she had a perfect trip that day. There was a duel sitting perfect in fourth and
I
couldn't
agree.
capitalize on it.
I don't disagree with that, but she lost to a horse that's just better than these. The horse that beat her won 2 races straight after that, went through her conditions in 2 more starts, and then finished second against Opens and her non-winners of 1. So I think she just lost to a better horse. I don't disagree with your better
I can
trip.
see that. I don't see the winning desire down the lane with her. She seems to get there, and she kind of maybe blinkers on this horse one day to kind of give her that extra perk up to get the win. She's definitely going to run a big race in here, but you know, on top, I think she's just going to find a way to find someone just a little better.
We'll see how it plays out. Maiden special weight on the turf to kick things off. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're off. Shaman Princess breaks sharply, goes right out for the lead. And Tariga, along with She's a Natural, they are heads apart, second and third. Then comes Strictly Taboo, passed on the outside by Nay Jude. And they're followed by Splashy, who's racing in 6th. The trailers are Watch Over Me and Soretta. Shaman Princess is the leader here by a little more than a length, with She's a Natural giving chase in 2nd. It's another length and a quarter. Back to Tariga in 3rd, opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 22 and 3/5 seconds as they race midway on the turn. Shaman Princess now in front by 3 lengths. Tariga is moving up on the outside to grab 2nd. She's a Natural down at the rail, back in 3rd. Then Strictly Taboo in 4th, followed on the outside by Splashy and Soretta. The half 45 and 4. It is Shaman Princess with a 4-length lead. Tariga is running in 2nd. Shaman Princess the leader. Then Tariga, followed by Strictly Taboo. Shaman Princess trying to go wire to wire here. She's got a 2-length lead. Tariga, one last try on the outside as they come for the finish. It is Shaman Princess holding on by a half length over the first-time starter, Tariga.
Shaman Princess used that speed to her advantage, taking them gate to wire, holding off the first-time starter that Rajiv had some interest in. Tariga and Andy, really nobody making up much ground here.
No, the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 in this race spent almost the entire race on the rail, and all of them were forwardly placed in here. The one at least was in the 2 path. You know, you don't want to make any conclusions after one race in the turf, and the rails are out 36 feet as we've been moving them quite a bit. But this was a race, Raj, where nobody made any ground, but maybe the best horse just won the race.
Yeah, I think it's a combo factor. At the end of the day, experience was the key to winning this race. The 3 had a few races under her belt, and the one horse came running at the end. I think going forward, this Tariga is a really nice horse. She'll improve out of this race.
A good effort from Tariga, who was a little bit green at the gate as well. First-time starter for the Bond Barn, just missing. But the number 3, Shaman Princess, making her 3rd start on the turf, was just caught last time out when going the 6 furlongs, able to hold on, taking them gate to wire here. 3-1-6-1A, Jose Lascano and Shaman Princess, daughter of Shaman Ghost, getting the victory here. He was a cool horse.
Yeah, not too many of them running around here, and those of us that bet her at 7-1 last time, of which I'm one, not happy that she couldn't get it done last time, but she did get it done today. You're right, Shaman Ghost, horse who won our Woodward, actually an upset win over Frosted, who at that time was...
I'll tell you a race that I can't forget him winning was the Pimlico Special, because he beat me right on the wire.
Ooh.
I was on the other Jimmy Jerkins again, Dolphus. 4 lengths in front, and here comes Shaman Ghost. Boom.
Were you on the other Jimmy Jerkins and the Travers?
Yeah.
You were
I'm always on the wrong
Wicked
side of
Strong
Jimmy
with
Jerkins,
V.
yes.
Dave Edom, really?
Always on the wrong side
Sorry
of
to
the
bring
Jimmy
up some
Jerkins.
bad memories.
If you have a horse, you could name it the other Jimmy Jerkins.
The other Jimmy Jerkins. 2-1 winner, though. The number 3 Shaman Princess with the victory over first-time starter Tariga. Bring your prices and reactions in a moment. We'll also take a look at the big weeks ahead. Coming up for the Brown Barn, absolutely loaded. Heading into the Breeders' Cup, we'll take a little bit of a deeper look into some of Chad Brown's contenders when we come back.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
85, 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs.
His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, and usually well. We started off the day with a turf sprint, and it was a gate-to-wire winner. Shaman Princess getting the victory for Rudy Rodriguez. Jose Lezcano in the saddle, and Rudy's been on a good roll lately.
Yeah, no, he had, had that slow Saratoga. He'd been slow last year, but things have really picked up, and he's back to winning at a fairly high clip.
Yeah.
Speed on the turf, always dangerous, too. Speaking of Rudy Rodriguez, he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Rudy, Shaman Princess showed her customary speed today, but I think the difference was she kind of opened up and put a little separation between her and the field, because it seems like she always gets a little bit late.
Richie, she looked like she was getting a little late this afternoon, too. But, she broke so good, and Jose kind of just let her run him alone, and when he asked him, he gave him a good kick out. So we just got lucky to hold on a little bit, because the one was coming up strong, So, but we got this one down,
Rudy, it seems like the whole barn is going so well. Is there a different atmosphere in the barn when the horses are winning? Between the grooms, extras, everybody just seems more upbeat?
Richie, you say that for nothing for the truth. Everybody's working happy. All the grooms, all the helps, all the assistants, they doing a tremendous job with the exercise riders, and everybody just trying to put everything together and look like it's working good, And all the credit goes to Jan Herla, all these horses that he's got. He bred all the horses from Charlie, and They're doing unbelievable, you know, and the horses keep winning, you know.
John Hurtler, somebody that means so much to so many people here at the track. And I actually rode Story Lady for John. This horse is damn.
Yeah, you know, I rode a lot of horses for John too. He gave me tremendous hope. And you know, if it was not for what happened to him, he's probably still training, you know, because this is what every horseman do, you know, just trying to be around the horses most of the time. So, but you know, hopefully we can see him around one of these days over here.
Well, it would be great to see, John. Rudy, you've always done well wherever you are, but Aqueduct's always been a place you really excel. But for years, you were stabled here. They closed Aqueduct to train, and this was a great place to train, wasn't it?
Definitely, Rich. You know, it's I don't know, I never had that many problems in Aqueduct that I have in Belmont. You know, the tracks in Belmont, I don't think it's the tracks, you know. The thing is, the tracks in Belmont, they got too many horses for. So I think that accumulate for some of the things, you know, the track is get chewed up and so many horses. In Aqueduct, we was 400 horses, and you can breeze all day, all morning, pretty much. You know, if you give laces and you want to wait until the end, if you got a tough horse, you got to be by yourself, and, you know, but nothing is perfect in life, so we got to adjust to everything.
Well, you're adjusting quite well, having a terrific meet and a nice way to start the day with Shaman Princess.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you, guys.
Going gate to wire on the turf, Shaman Princess, who has turned things around since switching surfaces. She and Jose Lezcano, who, as always, continuing to have some heads-up rides and took advantage, put this filly on the lead, and that was all they wrote.
Yeah, Jose, he's such an underrated jockey. I think, you know, he should be up amongst the, when you talk about elite jockeys, he should be up amongst them. He's been doing this for many years, consistently just putting horses in the right position. He doesn't get the credit that he deserves.
I agree. We're the big fans on this show of Jose and his riding.
Well, we are 1 week away from Breeders' Cup Week, taking place out at Santa Anita. I've got my purple on today as well. I didn't realize we'd be talking so much Breeders' Cup today, as Southern California will be the site of this year's World Championships, November 3rd and 4th. You can check out breederscup.com/tickets for more information. Looking forward to some of the big stars in the spotlight, some big names out. And as far as Chad Brown, he is absolutely loaded with his contenders in multiple divisions. We'll take a look at a couple of fillies who will go on to the turf races there. And here's a look at Chad Brown's group that will be assembling come Breeders' Cup Week. As I mentioned, Andy, pretty strong contenders in a variety of categories, turf and dirt.
Well, I think you look through that group, and they're pretty much all graded stakes winners, and I don't think there's anybody in that group that's going to be a massively big price, and their general partner probably be 8-10 to 1 or so, and he might be the biggest price, he and McCulloch.
As far as Gina Romantica and In Italian, we'll get a chance to see both of those, though Chad Brown saying his preference for Gina Romantica would be to go into the mile against the boys. He feels that that's the best distance for her. And for In Italian to go to the filly and mare turf, they will rematch Andy out of the First Lady.
I think with Gina Romantica, the question is, can she run a big race at somewhere other than Keeneland? Because she's got 2 races that are tremendous at Keeneland, and the rest of her form, Raj, is just okay. The question with Natalia is 1.25 miles, and as well as she's run this year, is she not quite as good as she was last year when second at 1 mile and 3/16 in this race?
Well, I think if the filly and mare turf was at 1 mile, Chad Brown would be 1 to 5 and 2 to 5 with these 2 fillies. But, you know, being that the distance and against the boys, it's going to be really tough on each one of them. I do think Gina Romantica is an honest filly, but I don't know about 1 mile and 3/8. It might be a little too long for her.
Well, she's going to run in the Breeders' Cup mile, you see.
But that'll be against the boys for her, which is a big undertaking, and some big European contenders.
And Songline as well from Japan.
In Italia has done her best running at a flat mile as well, so that's an extra 3 furlongs.
And it's 1.25 miles this year, actually, the filly and mare. It was 1 mile and 3/16 last year. I haven't taken a deep look at these races yet, and I wonder if Euros are coming. She just got beaten by an okay Euro last year. And I also wonder if she was just a little better last year. Though, to be fair, she's gotten some pretty good figs.
Yeah, her numbers are consistent to last year, so.
Chad Brown certainly has had success in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf with 4 winners in that race, though most recently with Sister Charlie, also for Peter Brandt in 2018. Of course, Peter Brandt, who owns both Gina Romantica and In Italian. So we'll see if he could potentially pick up another win in that category. But as mentioned, for both of the fillies coming out of the First Lady, they will have some questions going into their respective Breeders' Cup races, whether it be the distance or the gender that they will be facing. As we take a look at some stakes coming up this weekend, Chad Brown has some big chances in New York as well. Here's the Athenia, which we will see on Friday. And we'll take a look at Fluffy Socks and technical analysis coming out of the Boston Spa, Andy.
Yeah, even though Fluffy Socks finished almost a length out of Fluffy's technical analysis, I think Technical ran the much better race. There was a runoff rabbit in this race, and she engaged with that horse early. They went too fast. She ended up chasing. And in reality, I think it's almost remarkable, given the pace and the dynamics of the race, that she only lost by a length. Having said that, a length can mean different things in turf races, but I thought she ran very, very gamely in here, whereas Fluffy Socks could not have gotten a better trip and a better ride, and they all should have lost to Consumer Spending, who's the Clarvich horse getting buried down the inside.
She had the worst trip of the day.
Yeah, she should have won for sure. But I feel like Fluffy Socks, that race was gift-wrapped for her, Raj, and I just wonder if she's really that strongly a winning type.
Well, I think the key to this race is going to be to run into the first turn, because it depends on what Dylan Davis does with Miss Drakery. She is the other horse that he has to come out running pretty fast, and they might engage with technical analysis and cause another speed duel, which might set up for the closers.
No, I agree with you. I think that's exactly the point of the race. Because the other thing about Mr. Karras is she's not bad. Her race 2 back was very good. Her effort last time was so bad, I almost wonder if you can toss it. There was some give in the ground that day. She's dangerous. Is Dylan going to engage technical analysis? How aggressive are they going to be? And that'll set the tail for the race.
Yeah, well, he's on the inside, so he has to come out with some kind of intention. And if these two horses look each other in the eye, they might both get keen. So I can see a speed duel developing.
If it does, it's going to help horses like Fluffy Socks, and I also think it'll help Sparkle Blue on the rail for Grand Motion.
It's a good race. That'll be race 7, going 1 1/8 on the turf. The Athenia on Friday. Friday will kick off all of the weekend stakes action that we have coming up. Also, the Bold Ruler and Chelsea Flower on Friday. 3 stakes on Saturday. We'll see Julia Shining in the Mother Goose. And then Sunday for New York Bred Showcase Day. Kind of the Breeders' Cup of the New York Bred, so to speak, which is always a fun day.
It's a great day. We've enjoyed these. We do a few during the year, but this is the one we've been doing a lot. We sort of stole it from Jim McKay's Maryland Million, and it's been a fixture around here for a long, long time.
Looking forward to all of that as we take our look at race number 2 coming up next. It'll be 1 1/8 on the main track. This one for 3-year-olds and upward. Allowance optional claiming scratch of the number 1 Uncle Moonlight. So now you do have a heavy favorite to the outside, an Unbridled Bomber coming out of the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Certainly some class relief for this guy. We'll talk a little bit more about the contenders. There is systemic change for Chad Brown, who we were just talking about. This gelding will make his first start since June. Race 2 from Belmont at the Big A coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
At Keeneland, horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we are here at the Big A, New York City's racetrack. Final week of the Belmont at the Big A meet will wrap up on Sunday for this meet, Andy, as it is New York Showcase Day on Sunday. It'll be mandatory payout of everything that weekend as well.
That's right. Big day on Sunday. It's such a relief to be beginning the week and not realizing it's going to be a lousy weekend. And in fact, what a good weekend to have it, because there's so much good racing to look forward to.
And we're thanking Rajiv for bringing the nice sunshine. As we see, there's your favorite, Rajiv, in the paddock, the number 5 Unbridled Bomber for race 2. We know we should handle the distance, no problem. And obviously, this is a bit of a charge relief versus, class relief versus facing third behind Charge It in the Suburban 2 back. And then last time in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, this is his win back in April.
Yeah, the things that stands out to me the most about this horse and his past performances is his last 3 races he was off Lasix. Prior to that, he won by 9 lengths on Lasix. He was off Lasix, he ran bad, and then he was win 2 races with Lasix. Today, he comes back with Lasix. So, and he's got a perfect outside post in a 4-horse field, and Uncle Moonlight scratching is going to make the pace a little bit slower, which is going to keep him even closer. So I think the ball is in his court.
In a short field, how much of a benefit is that to be drawn where he is outside?
Oh, it's the perfect spot, because coming out of the gate, you can judge what's going on inside and have the option to pick your spot. Whereas if you're down on the inside, you might be forced to do something that you don't want to do. So I think it's going to give Jose whatever option he wants, and he's going to pick what he thinks is right.
He's got it covered. I'm going to go home.
That's it. He's doing well up here on the set today. For more on how the horses look, though, let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, short but select field of 4 here, and the 2 Bold Endeavor. We were talking about in the first race, horses sweating. He got hosed down, so he might look like he's dripping wet, but he's dripping from the hose. He looks terrific. He could play out to be very forward in here, and I think he's a major player. Really very well turned out for Gus Rodriguez. And then the 5 Unbridled Bomber. He looks tremendous. Everything that Rajiv said about getting back on Lasix, he's very agreeable today. There's days that he can be a little bit obstinate about going into the saddling stalls, kind of wants to do things his own way. He's just very, very agreeable. Seems like he's in a great mood. He's carrying good weight. And for this horse especially, I agree about the outside post for Rajiv, but especially for this horse, he's a horse that kind of wants to get into a good rhythm, unravel those legs and get kind of into that good pace that he has. And I think he's going to be very tough to beat here. But of course, we'll hold final judgment till we get to watch him warm up a little bit on the racetrack.
Looking forward to hearing your insight, Richie, as far as how they warm up in here. But as far as Unbridled Bomber, he is 3-5 on the board right now. There's the 2 Bold Endeavor who Richie was talking about first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. He will stretch out to the mile and an 1/8 for the first time in a while.
And I think both he and Systemic Change, maybe more so Systemic Change, are helped by the scratch because they are forwardly placed horses. And a situation like this, Raj, you're riding in a race and you assume that you're riding a 2nd or 3rd speed. And then Uncle Moonlight, the clear speed, scratches. How much more aggressive do you want to be? Because don't you worry a little bit that, like, if they're sort of tepid, they're just going to bunch the field up, and so the 5 isn't going to be hurt? How do you ride a horse to maybe compromise the 5 a little bit? Or is there nothing you can do?
Well, there is something you can do. Now that Uncle Moonlight is scratched, on paper, it leaves a gap for a horse to take over and control the speed. And if I was on Bold Endeavor right now, I would be looking to jack him out of the gate, establish the lead, make people think that I'm just ready to go crazy, and if they back off, I can then slow the pace down. I would try to establish it first, play a little mind games, make it a rider's race, and force them to think that, look, if I go with this guy too early, he's going to go too fast. And then if they back off, then I can start slowing down the pace. And maybe that would be the advantage of Bold Endeavor. Now that Uncle Moonlight isn't in here, just try to capitalize on being lone speed.
And do you feel like with a small field, Richie always says with a short field, you know where everybody else is. You know, everybody's kind of close to you no matter what it is. And those types of races become so much more of a rider's race in many ways.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, this race looks fun. I want to go out there and ride right now. You know, like you said, you know, it's more of a thinking race. Yeah. It's more strategic, less traffic, and just trying to just kind of manipulate your opponents in a sense.
I wonder if in this race, and you know, because the two potentials to be in that position are both the number 2 Bold Endeavor and the 4 Systemic Change. Because Manny Franco is just notably a more aggressive rider, if he's the one more likely to adopt that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, and I wonder what Chad is telling him. Chad might, you know, everyone sees this, the speed is out of the race. So if Chad says that, and if Junior... What if we see a speed duel now? Because everyone is seeing
that does happen sometimes, right? The race is full of speed, everybody's afraid to go, and the race with no speed, too many go.
But this is why it's perfect to be in the outside post in Jose. He can dictate where he wants to be, and he can push them to go faster or slow it down.
Meeting the field, there is the 2 Bold Endeavor, who we just talked about with that early speed.
Yeah, the Rodriguez brothers trying to get the double going here, Gustavo and Rudy.
Coming in from Parks, here's Daydreaming Boy for Louis Linder.
So this has run some fast race against some good company. Can he bring that form to New York? Though of the 4, he may be the most compromised by the lack of speed.
Systemic Change, first start since that win at Monmouth in June.
Yes, strategy is the name of this race, and it depends on what Manny Franco decides to do in this race. It's going to have a big influence on the pace.
And Unbridled Bomber, your heavy favorite.
I agree with everything Rajiv said earlier about this horse. And the races with Lasix, they just stick out versus his ones without Lasix. And he's obviously getting a lot of class relief as well.
3-5 now for that son of Upstart, who's been facing some very tough company recently. There's Systemic Change. And to circle back what you guys were talking about with the speed, I haven't seen him in a while, but my notes from him previously said that he's always really, really sharp prior to his races, as you can see him on his toes here today. And Raj, I'm sure that plays a piece of it as well with a horse that's so energetic. Sometimes they kind of dictate to you, hey, it's better if you just let me run.
Yeah, and this is the right situation to do that in. You know, if you're ever thinking about rating a horse, today wouldn't be the day. In a 4-horse field with no speed, a horse like with that kind of attitude, I would just be going on with him if that's the case.
And one thing Manny Franco has gotten very good at is not getting in the way of his horses. If they're forward, he doesn't want to rate them. And with this horse in particular, on paper, he's the most inferior horse in this race. He does not have figures that are fast enough to beat any of the other competition. So for him to be effective in here, he's going to need any advantage he can get.
Well, the story is not really out on that yet because I think its first few races were at 1 turn, and that's not his best. And once he went to 2 turns, he became a more improved horse. So he could be a horse that's just trending in the right direction. And today he gets 2 turn on this Aqueduct track. It's more like a longer distance race, which is probably what he wants to show his best.
I hope that's the case, but even his best situation, he got an 82 buyer, and it was sloppy sealed or not. And last time he got a 74, and Unbridled Bomber's running mid-90 buyers. You're seeing 90 figures for Daydreaming Boy. You're seeing a 90 buyer for Bold Endeavor last time. The problem is he's just not as fast. Now, yes, maybe he can keep improving going forward, but based on his career record, he is the slowest of the 4 horses in here.
We see the number 5 Unbridled Bomber bringing him back over to the paddock. We'll get you an update as soon as we have that. It could be something as simple as the equipment, as they are bringing him back with Jose Ortiz aboard. Let's go down to Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, there's a bit of an equipment problem with the 5 Unbridled Bomber. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it looks to me like the ring bit is twisted, and they're trying to get it straightened out right now. But when I get more concrete information, I'll get back to you. You're going to see Jose Ortiz get off here, and I think they're going to have to rebridle him.
Richie, thank you. And there is Jose jumping off. And Rajiv, for being in that instance, and you can see that they are kind of fiddling with the bridle. Typically, and I don't know if this is still the case, but typically Unbridled Bomber wears a Houghton bit, a cage bit. And if that bit is not set in the horse's mouth in the right way, it can be a very bad situation for both horse and rider.
Yeah, it's you don't want to be driving a car without a steering wheel, and you don't want to be riding a horse without the right equipment in the mouth, because that's like taking the steering wheel off, which would be a scary thing. Now, you know, coming back to it, that they're moving the bit around right now, we can see that that shouldn't be a big issue here once they get it straightened away.
Yep, and there is, so he is wearing that Houghton bit, the cage bit, where there's an extra bar underneath. And the way that it attaches to the bridle is important. And so they're going to try to keep him settled as much as possible. And it's a softer piece. The thing about a cage bit is it doesn't bend. So it has to be set in the horse's mouth the right way. That's kind of a power steering, so to speak. And it has to be set in the horse's mouth, up into the mouth in the right way, and attaches to the bridle on the side. So Jose's actually unbuckling his reins to help accommodate that. Let's go back to Richie for more.
Yeah, guys, what it was, it appears that the bridle, or the bit, excuse me, not the bridle, the bit was in backwards. So they have to turn it around and, you know, basically reattach it, but properly, where the way the bit sits in the mouth was the bar was forward when it should be back more towards the bars of their mouth. He's acting really well right now, but for a horse that at times can be very difficult about certain things, you know, you just hate to see this with a big favorite. But like you said, you know, your bridle and your reins, your bit, those are your brakes and your steering. You lose that and you lose complete control. You can't slow them down and you can't guide them. But we'll keep an eye on him. He's been holding his cool up to this point so far.
Richie, thank you. There's an up-close look at Unbridled Bomber, and he is acting very well to have so many hands on him. And they're going to put the bit back in. What you see there is the tongue tie. Hopefully we can either adjust that or get the graphics down so you can see how it works, because I think this is actually really interesting for people who may not be familiar with it. Rajiv, what Richie was talking about with where the bar and a Houghton bit should be, that's what gives a rider extra steering and extra control, because it doesn't bend in the middle, and you have that extra bar underneath to kind of put a pressure on the opposite cheek the way they use the reins.
Yeah, generally speaking, this bit is used on horses that has a hard time keeping straight, whether they lay in or lay out. So I don't know this horse's history too much, but it's there to keep him going straight. Now, it's not a big deal that they're making this equipment change. That's not something to worry about. But what you got to look out for right now is if the horse gets too irritated and starts acting up, because Richie had mentioned that this horse has a tendency in the past to be a little, gets a little nervous and gets a little sweaty and irritated. So we just got to watch out for that. But so far, he seems composed, even though they're making this change on him.
He's doing really well. Good job on Unbridled Bomber. And yeah, looking back through my notes, they have played around with the equipment a bit. Back in September, he went to just a full cheek ring bit. In the past, before that, he wore a burr, which applies just pressure on one cheek and adding a little bit more there. And they've stuck with this Houghton bit recently pretty consistently, and that's been what's working for him. But you want to make sure that it's in the right way. And Jose is really hands-on too. As a rider, you really want to make sure, for instance, if you're going to be getting on this horse, that it's doing well.
Plus, if I'm on the 3 to 4 shot in a 4-horse field, I want to make sure I do whatever it takes to keep him together, right? Because you don't want to see him getting scratched.
Well, you already got a built-in excuse, though, Raj. You may not blow the ride. You can just blame it on the fact they had to redo the bit.
Yeah.
Which you don't really think should really matter that much for as far as his performance, at least when you see
Zero negative effect in this race.
And he was acting well through that, so he should be fine.
If the horse had reacted in a funny way and got irritated and start, losing his composure, then I'd be worried. It's unlike if a horse loses his shoe and they have to reshoe him, or the worst thing is a horse breaking through the gate. I mean, that's like, you hardly ever see them winning after that. But some simple adjustment like this shouldn't be any factor at all.
And they're tacked up every day. They're used to having a bit put in their mouth and taken out, and a bridle, a halter put on. They're very used to having their heads handled with that equipment.
Yeah. After this, I'm sure Jose is probably relieved that he didn't break out the gate with the equipment in the wrong place, and he's not even thinking that, oh, no, this might impact the horse.
As far as a warm-up, though, the fact that the others have had a little more time, maybe there's some benefit. If not, the fact that he didn't get as much time to warm up for the race, does it necessarily matter?
Well, I think he warmed up enough before, and also this doesn't seem like a horse that the warm-up is that crucial for, because he seems to he's not going to be trying to gun out for the lead or anything like that. So I think he's got him where you want him.
Let's go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, listen, I'm going to stick with Unbridled Bomber. And, you know, I was looking for any signs that this might kind of set him off or he wouldn't be as, you know, settled. But he really didn't seem to affect him. He got to gallop down to the 8th pole and back. One thing that stood out, though, Jose Ortiz and how hands-on he was. And believe it or not, some riders wouldn't have even noticed if it was on backwards. I'm sure Rajiv can vouch for me on that one. But the fact that he realized it and he was such an integral part of fixing the equipment problem.
Richie, thank you. Jose, he's a true horseman, that's for sure. He's on the 3-5 favorite, Unbridled Bomber, who was a very good boy throughout all of that. The bit is set in the right spot. He's your heavy favorite, loading in for race 2, going 1 mile and 1/8. Here's Johnny I with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Bold Endeavor and Systemic Change. And on the outside, it's Unbridled Bomber. As they go into the clubhouse turn. From that inside post, it is Bold Endeavor. Narrowly, Systemic Change in between horses. And on the outside is Unbridled Bomber. Daydreaming Boy is the early trailer in 4th. The leader is Bold Endeavor in front here by a length. Systemic Change second by a half length. And the odds-on favorite, Unbridled Bomber, sits in 3rd through a quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And now they're on the back stretch. Bold Endeavor leads here by a neck. Systemic Change now inches right alongside. Systemic Change and Bold Endeavor, they are right together, heads apart. Unbridled Bomber just off of them on the outside in 3rd. Another 2 lengths to Daydreaming Boy in 4th as they continue up the backstretch after a half mile and 49 seconds. Bold Endeavor maintaining that narrow lead. Systemic Change in between horses. Unbridled Bomber in the clear on the outside in 3rd. And Daydreaming Boy as they approach the far turn. It's 3 of them across. Bold Endeavor at the rail. Systemic Change in between. And Unbridled Bomber on the outside. It's 2 lengths to Daydreaming Boy, who remains the trailer in 4th. Systemic Change is in between horses. Unbridled Bomber's on the outside. Bold Endeavor is down at the rail. The 3 of them heads apart with Daydreaming Boy joining them. So all 4 are heads apart as they come into the stretch. 3/4 in 1:12 and 4. And Daydreaming Boy has swept to the lead now. Unbridled Bomber not done yet. Trying to come back again on the inside. It is Daydreaming Boy with the lead. Unbridled Bomber is all out in 2nd. They're coming on for the finish now. It is Daydreaming Boy. Unbridled Bomber coming to the wire. Oh, it is a head bob at the end. It was too tight to call. Unbridled Bomber or Daydreaming Boy.
Tight photo finish. Unbridled Bomber, number 5 inside, and number 3 Daydreaming Boy outside, both running huge races. And in first glance, it looked to us like the 5 might have gotten the bob, but a big effort from both of these runners.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look here.
Ooh.
I think, Raj, you and I both thought the inside got it, the number 5, and he may have gotten it. Do you think that Jose, I know it's a tough situation, do you think he was a little bit overconfident with Unbridled Bomber? Knowing he had the horse inside of him beaten, but he wasn't really thinking about the guy coming behind him.
Yeah, and I don't think it's overconfident. I think he did the right thing, and here's why. The 2 main contenders are in front of him, so he doesn't want to move too early because he has them measured where he wants to be. He didn't give a lot of respect to the 3 horse.
But he was the second choice.
But he was the second one.
So I'm not sure. I might have got you on that one.
We had thought that potentially the 3 Daydreaming Boy might have been compromised. And it is posted 5-3-2-4. So the 5 Unbridled Bomber, who looked beaten at the top of the stretch, by the way, too, and came back with a really big effort. Daydreaming Boy with Trevor McCarthy running well on the outside. And he was the one that on paper looked to be the most compromised. We did not see Systemic Change go. And in fact, you're an official winner. Unbridled Bomber was forwardly placed.
Yeah, and he did end up getting the job done. Daydreaming Boy ran very well. They were not exactly moving up front, and he was able to close in this. It's a tough beat for him.
Yeah, maybe if Uncle Moonlight was in this race, maybe Daydreaming Boy would have got a better scenario, and I might have been able to win, because 49 for the half is very soft. And I think that Jose ended up having a good trip just tracking the top 2 and came back to win. If he went a faster pace, he probably wouldn't have that much to come back.
After everything that they had to do before the race with the equipment adjustment, Unbridled Bomber at 3-5 is able to come back and get his nose down first on The Wire. Price's reactions when we come back, and we'll take a look at Todd Pletcher looking for his 6th win in the Mother Goose on Saturday. Julia shining. She disappointed in the Alabama off a big layoff last time out. See if we get her best effort this weekend.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with Jose Ortiz, who rode the winner of Race 2 Unbridled Bomber. Little drama before the race, Jose. You went out to warm him up, and the bit was in backwards, and you realized it immediately. But what struck me is how helpful, how hands-on you are in fixing that equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't notice right away it was completely the wrong way. We bring him back, and it's my equipment. I'm the one who's going to be on his back, so I want to make sure everything is right. I kind of asked for a little help to the outrider, Miguel, who is a veteran, and he really helped me there. But we got it right, and I mean, it was an honest mistake. It was Jimmy. He put the beat on this horse because this is a big horse, and he throw the head up when you're gonna put the beat on. But I mean, it's an honest mistake. Anybody can do it. I was a little worried because he needed to warm up. Usually I kick him away from the pony, and today I couldn't. But he broke good, put me into a great position, and he was very game in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he was always traveling in a good spot. The horse from the outside, Daydreaming Boy, made that big, quick run at you, and looked like he had at least a half a length on you before your horse really kind of persevered.
Yeah, he did. I think he gave him a great kick to Trevor when Trevor asked him, but the horse didn't help him the last 16. He just kind of stayed there, hanging in there, and gave my horse another shot to win the race. And, you know, my horse is nice. He got a big stride, and I'm just lucky he got there first.
Well, another terrific ride from you. Jose, you're a terrific race rider, a great rider. But it feels to me like there could be a future as a trainer for you. Is that something you would ever consider?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. I love horses. And when my career is done, hopefully this is what I love. It's the only thing I know to do, so hopefully I can stay around for a long time. But I don't know. I want to enjoy my family as well. So I don't want to say it's not on the table, but I mean, it'd be hard. It'd be a hard decision to make. I want to still stay riding as long as I can.
Well, you got a long time before you have to make those decisions, particularly how well you're riding. But it's really fun to watch a rider that's that hands-on and not just a jockey, a horseman.
He definitely is a horseman, Richie. Couldn't agree more. Always gives really insightful answers, Jose, and also somebody that gives great feedback when working horses, as well as that's a tough beat, by the way, especially for Daydreaming Boy who ran so well.
It looked like Caleb's posse in every race that he ran as the 4-year-old, Raj.
Yeah, like that. Comes and gets beat closely. But I think one of the things about Jose riding on Bridal Bomber that doesn't get stated is he rode the father Upstart in the Kentucky Derby as one of his first Derby mounts. So that must have meant a little bit more special
cool
for him.
I loved him. I loved Upstart.
He's such a beautiful horse and has become a very, very good stallion as well. We turn our attention now on to the third race, but before that, as promised, we'll take a look at Saturday, the Grade 2 Mother Goose, and going back to the 1991 Mother Goose, also known as the mother of all gooses.
This was a tremendous race with Meadow Star, who really wasn't as good as Light Light. Now, she was the 2-year-old champ. Light Light crushed her in the Coach Club American Oaks, but it was a tremendous battle between these two. And this was the day after the Belmont Stakes. I think Hansel had won the Belmont, Jerry Bailey winning both of those races. And it set up the return matchup in the Coach Club American Oaks, which is one of the greatest moments in the history of Belmont Park, when Hammer, MC Hammer, who owned Light Light, took his shirt off in the box area. Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, I have.
Greatest videos ever.
And whenever I hear about this race, that's the thing that stands out to me the most. MC Hammer. That's what I remember the most.
Yeah, you would have loved that if you were there for it.
I'm taking my shirt off too.
Well, you know.
He did the Rajiv.
I'm surprised. If he's on all week, he'll probably take it off at some point while we're on the air. But this was a great, great race. And I think it was Leroy Jolly that referred to it as the mother of all gooses.
Yeah.
Of course, Leroy trained Meadow Star, and then it set up that great matchup. And if you've never watched the CCA Oaks in 1991 with Light Light winning, go to YouTube, and the video footage with MC Hammer is just some of the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Really, really great. Love looking back on those races, as this year's Mother Goose is our America's Best Racing race of the week for the 3-year-old fillies, going a mile and an eighth. Julia Shining, she came back off of a layoff after finishing third in the Grade 1 Ashland in April. We hadn't seen her since then, and she returned to try and navigate a mile and a quarter in the Grade 1 Alabama. Tall order, it didn't work out. She'll try to get back on track this weekend.
I feel as though she's one of these horses, Raj, where if she wins and you bet her, you think, I'm really clever. She wasn't the favorite in here. She always showed she had some ability. This was the right spot for her. But I'm just not sure, man. I mean, she has an extended layoff that race, comes back in a crazy spot like the Alabama, does 0 running, and this Mother Goose is actually pretty competitive. I want her to be a good horse. I'm just not sure she's shown enough the racetrack to say she's good enough to win this race at this point.
Yeah, I mean, coming off her worst performance yet, I mean, a bad performance, and running against these horses that are now horses, it's a big task, and she hasn't shown that she's even above them when on top of her best game. However, why would they keep this horse in training? She has such a great pedigree. I mean, one of the best pedigrees in races, curling out of Dreaming of Julia, and they keep her on the track, so that gives me confidence that they see something that they like.
That's a really good point, because she's worth a lot as a broodmare just off of pedigree.
Right, but she's not going to be bred in September or October,
Right.
So they're going to at least give her a chance to show if she can do something on the track after that. I wouldn't be surprised if she runs poorly in here, if they do retire her, and she'll become a broodmare after that.
Yeah.
You want to give her one fair chance, because bringing her back in the Alabama was a crazy idea.
Yeah. So that's why I think, they must see something that makes them feel like she's deserving another shot, or else, because she's already a Grade 1 placed.
Mm-hmm.
So she could have just easily just said, let's wait and go to breed and stuff. So I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if she shows up with a good race, but I don't think she's going to be able to win because she's not running against slow horses.
No. I mean, Zajara's last race at Churchill Downs was tremendous. A colt's been in very good form.
Yeah.
It's not as though she's meeting a weak field in here. This is a very, very competitive race.
This is the Seneca Overnight, which was the first start on dirt since finishing third through disqualification in the Grade 1 Alcibiades on dirt back as a 2-year-old. And Zajara, a horse who had run well on turf, and coming back with this monster effort on the main track.
I mean, they had considered running her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff off of this race. I think they made the wise choice. But if she continues to run like this in the dirt, Raj, not only does she win the Mother Goose, she could be a major factor going next year in the Apple Blossom through the Grade 1s during the season.
Yeah, after watching her last race, I thought they were going to go to the distaff because she won so impressively. And her only prior dirt race, she ran an amazing race, got a tons of trouble, finished 4th in a Grade 1 by just missing. So she's so versatile. They put her back on the grass and she was doing good. But she's really she's really gonna come into her own and be a top dirt horse.
Yeah, I think that she kind of fooled them because she did run really well on the turf. But they were right to have their instincts to be thinking about the dirt and running the Alcibiades. And it turns out, I agree, if she has Grade 1 presence, it's going to be in dirt races.
And we'll see what happens. As you saw, that was Defining Purpose, who had won that Ashland over Julia Shining. She's coming out of a disappointing effort in the Cotillion. She adds another good layer to it as well, but a good race coming up in the Mother Goose. When we come back, we will talk about a creative looking for his first graded stakes win in the 49er, also coming up this weekend. More stakes previews when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fasig-Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fasig-Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
49er has the lead on the outside. Here comes Brian's time farther out. Evening Chris on the rail is seeking the gold. They're at the 8th pole. 49er leads clearly by 2. Seeking the gold, moves into second on the outside. Brian's time seeking the gold. Gaining ground on the outside of 49er. Loose straight past 16th pole. Hits seeking the gold and 49er to the wire. Seeking the goal on 49er on the inside.
49er in the 1988 Travers. If only you all could be on the set with me during these commercials, because hearing Rajiv and Andy go down through memory lane and talking about some of these big wins and who rode these horses and some just incredible horses we saw on the racetrack is really amazing, especially if you're a fan of the history of the sport.
I bet Seeking the Goal in this race. I still can't believe he lost. They had the same kind of finish in what was the Monmouth Invitational, which became the Haskell prior to that. They were really great talents. These were tremendous racehorses.
I mean, and looking through the past performances on 49er, man, this horse was so gritty. And to earn $2.7 million back in the 80s, it'd be like a horse earning $10 million right now.
And he won the first Cigar Mile with not with the Mig riding. Mig was not riding that day. He was a little lazy, right, Richie?
Well, actually, I wasn't riding that whole year pretty much, Andy. I got hurt really bad pretty early in 1988, missed the majority of the year. but I was a huge fan of 49er, and he was a street fighter. You did not want to hook him because he was going to battle you with everything he had. He just did not want to get past a true herd leader. And that race at Monmouth, I actually drove down there with Skip Dickstein, and he set up the cameras, and I had the button, the trigger, and I got a great picture of 49er and Seeking the Gold hitting the wire, noses apart, on behalf of Skip Dickstein. I just love horses that want to win and fight the way 49er did, and I was a big fan, and I was a spectator most of that year.
Richie's multi-talented.
Well,
He's also a famous photographer.
Richie got her Memorial Day that year. I was actually there and going out. I was there. Richie and I didn't know Richie at that point, but we were both there. And that was the Naira Mile. And what I was alluding to was that there was a jockey strike going on. So Billy Fox, whose sister Tammy Fox, people know, is a partner of Dale Romans, was the rider that day.
Yeah, wow. First time I even hear about Billy Fox, and he won the Naira Mile. Great.
Yeah. I think it was opening day. I think it was the first Naira Mile, and I believe it was opening day. And then he came back 10 days later, and he ran fourth in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Seeking the Gold finished ahead of him that day, finishing second to Ali Sheba. But he was also second to Ali Sheba in the Woodward. And incredible.
What a class
Walk-Weight
of
was
horses.
third, I think, that day. You've got the PPs here.
And what was incredible about 49,
See, Rajiv did his homework. He brought the past performances up to the desk.
11 for 19 lifetime, right? And of his last 4 wins, a neck, a nose, a neck. I mean, this horse was just...
Street Fighter's a good name for him.
Street Fighter.
Yeah. He, arguably, he probably could have won the Derby because Pat Day was a little bit too patient on him, and Gary was able to steal it in the front end with a very good horse and winning colors. But the reality was he probably should have lost because the third-place finisher that day was probably the best horse in there, and that was Risen Star, who went on to win the Preakness and the Belmont and was a tremendous horse. But those were great horses running at a really, really good time for racing.
Yeah, like you said, Seeking the Gold, Ali Sheba, Risen Star. I mean, the PPs on this horse is just incredible.
Crusader Sword. He was a Mac Miller horse. He was an old Rokeby horse, a very good horse. And I last saw 49er when he was still at Claiborne, and he and Seeking the Gold had a Jason Paddocks. They were across from each other.
No,
of course, rivals in the racetrack
cool.
as well.
I was 3 years old in Jamaica at that time.
I could be wrong, but I think 49er is one of the only Claiborne homebred horses that ran in their colors. Usually they go for the one-word names.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
And he's one of the only ones, I believe.
Roar, yeah.
Wow.
I believe. 49er, homebred for Claiborne Farm. What a horse is. We'll have the 49er coming up on Saturday, going a mile on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. And we'll take a look at Ever So Mischievous. Good to see Christian Torres riding here. He rode this horse last time in the Harrods Creek at Churchill for Brad Cox, a horse that has run back-to-back good races. He's run fast figures. He's never run a race slower than a 90 Beyer speed figure either. And he'll look for his first Greatest Stakes victory.
And he gets a bit of a class test. I don't know how much tougher this race is, though obviously Accretive better than the horse he's been running against, but he has to be considered one of the ones to beat, Raj.
Yeah, well, but the toughest thing about this race for him is the 2-post, the inside. He's going to get his hands pushed. He's a speed horse. There's a lot of speed to his outside, and this is a perfect fitting race to be the 49er because this is going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, well, with Swiftshore in there, he is definitely going to have to take a backseat, I think, to that one.
Yeah.
Because he's very, very quick at the very
But
least.
how much can you do being on the inside, you know?
He's got to go. He's got to that horse gets away from him a little bit, otherwise he can get engaged.
As far as Accretive, we saw him finishing second in the Vosburg behind Cody's Wish, who certainly needs no introduction, a horse that has been exposed to some of the top sprinters in the division. Back to today, though, race 3 coming up next, going a mile and a 16th on the turf, a maiden claiming for $40,000. Fillies and mares in the spotlight, and right now the number 3, Better Justice, is currently your favorite at 8-5, coming in off of that 5th place finish at this level up in Saratoga.
And I think, Raj, proving the point that Chad Brown and Ira Ortiz could team up on a goat, and they could make that favored.
Yeah, I mean, I love Chad Brown. He's the best, top trainer, but I can't see this horse even winning this race.
8-5? Not much horse.
Let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with Keep It Sexy.
I guess he's not impossible, or she is, and she feels a cut below these.
She's a little bit of a quirky individual as well. Here's the 2, Avalanche is coming.
Improved last time stretching out on the lead, but still seems a little bit below this level.
There's your favorite, Better Justice.
She is a terrible heavy favorite. She could win, but she was a little wide last time, but she's not much.
Rapid Mistap at big price.
Coming in from Monmouth, been running okay, but still seems a notch below this caliber.
Addressable Market, former Chad Brown runner.
Yeah, I mean, this is another horse, not dissimilar to the 3, just sort of okay, but you're getting a better price because of the connections.
Back to the turf 4, it wasn't me.
First race of his life, he had a lot of trouble in a much tougher race on the turf. This is a horse that I think is going to have a big say in this race.
I picked her, but I think she's too short a price.
7, Deneen Bay went by. Here's the 8, Volatility.
Volatility back to the turf after 2 failed attempts on the dirt, but a horse that has some good turf races for higher class, so dropping in class a bit.
She's an overlay at 5-1.
Big price on Exotic Cat.
Yeah, she's just overmatched and has had plenty of chances.
And here's the number 10, Katie's Check Ride, dropping in class.
This one is my top pick in here. The 2 turf races were at a way higher class. Had a lot of trouble last time on the turf in a tough race. I think coming back for 40, this horse is be tough.
Let's see what she does getting back onto the turf. There is your favorite, though, the number 3, Better Justice. She has the right connections in her corner to take money. The one question I have about her, though, too, guys, is that she doesn't have much early speed. She typically leaves herself with a lot to do.
This is one of these cases, and I like the 6 a little bit here. I wouldn't go near this horse unless I got twice the 9-2. I think this is a massive underlay on this horse right now. As far as Better Justice, this to me, Raj, seems like one of these cases where this is a very, very complicated race because there's nobody to really like it here. The 8's kind of the worst to beat, but she's had a lot of chances and she's failed with good trips, but she's never run this low when she's been in maiden claiming races. But as far as Better Justice, it's just like the public is simply going to Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz, but I mean, Irad can't make a slow horse go fast.
No, he can't. I think one of the things that if you really want to give the horse a little chance, you can say, well, it's coming from 11 posts at Saratoga in 2 turns. It gets a much better post today. So maybe that's, and only got beat 2 lengths.
She's lightly raced.
So,
She's only run a couple. But still, I agree with all of that. And she was 3 wide last time, and she has a better position.
But 8-5.
But 8-5 is a little tough to take. I don't have a problem with her at 3-1 or 7-2 in this race.
Exactly.
It just seems like she's a bad gamble at 8-5. I get why she could win.
When it's not your top pick and it's 8-5, that's a bad combo. You have to really love a horse in this race to be 8-5.
An 8-5 shot should be clearly on paper the horse to beat. And I don't know how anyone can look at this race and say this is clearly the horse to beat.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think it's oftentimes these maiden 40s can be a little bit of a throw a bunch of numbers in the air and see what lands type of race? Do you feel like it's a confusing race and that people will almost default to the connections of a Chad Brown Irad Ortiz horse?
Well, I mean, from a gambling perspective, I'm happy to bet against the 3 at that price. Sure. If that horse is taking 40% of the money or 35% in the pool, I'm happy to bet against it. My idea with this wasn't me is there is some turf pedigree. The horse broke a few lengths slow. First time out, the only turf race. Give another chance. Low percentage barn. I thought I'd get a bit of a price. I'm not. I thought the 7 was another horse who could be a little interesting with a little bit of a trip. That was a big price, but did run a bad field. I honestly think 6-1 on the 8 right now is a good gamble because even though this horse has had chances and had good trips, this horse is no 6-1 shot in this race. Has never run this cheaply on the turf.
Yeah, definitely live horse. But with the 10 horse, I think that this horse should be the favorite.
Really?
The Katie's Check Ride. Tough trip 2 starts back. Never ran for 40. The only thing I'm worried about, an apprentice from the 10
From the 10 post. Well,
but
that's a problem.
If this horse is drawn on the inside, should be much the best.
But don't you think an apprentice who has limited experience in the turf, I think he's a very promising rider. His turf riding is a work in progress for him. Yeah. That's what worries me about him. That's why he's not.
But you're getting 6-1.
Okay, that's fair, but I get it. Listen, she can win.
Let's go down to Richie. Richie, what are you seeing in the warm-ups?
Well, you know, it's interesting, right? You know, this time of year, we're looking at horses' coats, and we're looking at horses from a physical perspective down here. And this time of year, horses start to change. Their winter coats start coming in. They start showing that maybe they're a little over the top or past their best. So I'm trying to match up what I like on paper with what I'm seeing visually. Now, a horse that did not grab me on paper, but really looks fantastic physically is the 1, Keep It Sexy. She's completely dappled out this time of year. You know, you're starting to put more credence in that. She's got a great post. Ruben Silvera is a rider that likes to be forward. And, you know, let's face it, guys, in lower level races like this, where I don't think a lot separates most of these, a big bunch of these, a big group of these, it's going to be about trips. So maybe that horse, Keep It Sexy at 10-1, works out a really good trip. I know one thing from a physical perspective, she looks outstanding. The 5, Addressable Market, to me, she checks both boxes. I liked her on paper, and I like her physically. Now, listen, she was claimed from Chad Brown, but you know that she was a horse that was in good shape, taken well care of. Richard Medevere he's a good horseman, and he took it from a good horseman that, again, you know you're getting a very sound individual going in. I think last time you just put a line to it, 1 mile 3/8 and maiden allowance, too far, too tough. She's getting back to a more appropriate spot. I like the 5. She's going to be my top selection because I like her physically, and I liked her a bit on paper, and at 8-1, I'll take a little bit of a swing. Wasn't me also making a nice impression? Listen, Greg DePrima doesn't win at a high percentage, but his horses always look good, and he's very capable, and if she works out a right trip, I think she could be a player. And I did give a long, hard look to the 10, Katie's Check Ride, who also did impress me physically. I gravitated away from her because of the post position. It's a tough post under the best of circumstances. You get a more experienced rider. I'm just not seeing it here. I just think that she projects to get caught in that wide strung out trip. I did leave one out, guys, the 7, Deneen Bay. I actually thought she showed some interest and finished well in her debut at Saratoga. She gets Isaac Castillo now, who I think is a welcome addition to this jockey colony. We followed him pretty closely when he was riding at Oakland, and I liked what I saw there. And I think he's starting to get very comfortable here, and I think you're going to see him start to win with some regularity.
Richie, thank you. Deneen Bay, a big price right now at 19-1. She did have a little bit of a trip in her first start, Andy too, and I happened to be in the paddock that day and just thought that she really needed a race for fitness and showed a little bit of life. You like to see that? Maybe underneath at a big price.
She's too big a price at 20-1, considering horses are getting bet in here. She comes out of a terrible race. And
yes, she does.
There's no trips in slow races. But I picked her forward and thought about her. I think that the even money on the 3 is one of the silliest things I've ever seen. There is nothing about this horse's PPs that suggests she should be this kind of overwhelming favorite.
And this is why my grandmother picks maiden 40 New York breds better than I do, because she picks her favorite numbers. She doesn't handicap. We're trying to handicap.
I just think that says something about your handicapping, Rajiv, not necessarily your grandmother.
Maybe you should have your grandmother on the desk, actually.
And my mom, yeah.
I think we could take the Far Hills signs down, by the way.
Yes,
I don't
they
think,
still have
maybe
Far
Rajiv.
Hills up because it could be confusing. We were at Far Hills last week. Fair Hill is a training center in the Mid-Atlantic.
We didn't want Raj to be confused on the day.
Is a racetrack pretty strongly, though, and that bodes confidence. I mean, on paper, I like that horse a lot, too.
I picked the 6. I could never bet that horse at 4-1.
10-6 exact?
I boxed 6-8-10.
6-8-10. What about you, Acacia?
I like the 7 a little bit
6,
at a
7,
big
8,
price.
10.
But look, I agree. The 6 and the 10 make quite a bit of
a goofy race.
Sense in here. But the public going to the number 3, Better Justice. Even money on the board right now. Maiden 40. Graduation day for one of these fillies. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A. Up next, here's John and Brielle with the call.
Katie's Check Ride. And they're all on the gate. And they're off. And it is Volatility away well from the outside. Keep It Sexy down at the rail, and right alongside is Avalanche Is Coming. So it's Keep It Sexy and Avalanche Is Coming, those two right together, with Volatility right behind in 3rd. Better Justice down towards the rail in 4th as Katie's Check Ride moves up a couple of spots on the outside from 5th. Wasn't Me is next in 6th. Then comes Deneen Bay in 7th. Addressable Market is at the rail and in 8th. At the back of the pack are Rapid Miss Tappet, and trailing the field is Exotic Cat. First quarter, 24 3/5 seconds. Avalanche Is Coming leads here by a head. Volatility running in 2nd. Katie's Check Ride on the outside in 3rd. Keep It Sexy down towards the rail just in behind the front runners in 4th. Then Better Justice, the favorite, racing in between horses in 5th, 3.5 lengths from the front. Addressable Market has advanced up into 6th. Right alongside It Wasn't Me in 7th. Then comes Deneen Bay, and the trailers remain Rapid Miss Tappet and Exotic Cat. Half mile in 50 2/5 seconds. So it is long shot. Avalanche Is Coming by a neck. Volatility on the outside. Now moves right alongside. There goes Volatility. Volatility makes her move to the front. Katie's Check Ride has now moved into 2nd. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is Volatility. She's opened up a 3-length lead. Katie's Check Ride is next in 2nd. Deneen Bay's on the far outside. Better Justice is down towards the rail. And then Addressable Market. Volatility in front, 3.5 lengths. On the outside is Dunedin Bay. Katie's Check Ride advances down at the rail. They're gaining on volatility as they come for the finish here, and it's going to be tight, and it's a three-way photo finish. Right there, Katie's Check Ride, Dunedin Bay, and volatility.
Did we not say 7, 8, 10? Oh, my
I'm not doing picks today, but I just got to say it. I'm kidding. 19-1 on Dunedin Bay, who we talked about, was too big a price. Ran a good race. I believe got her nose down first at the wire. But Rajiv, the horse you like, Katie's Check Ride, came back inside as well with a big effort after not the easiest trip.
So, Andy's pick, my pick, your pick, and Richie's pick.
I bet the 8 to win and boxed
4.
8-10, so I'm a little pissed here. I was originally going to bet the 7 in this race, but made a decision. She got me out of too slow a race. I should have this exacta for some reason.
Ooh. Wow.
Bad. And by the way, how did the 3 run with, by the way, an absolutely perfect trip?
Yep.
Yeah. It goes to show, man. I mean, this horse was just way over bet and doesn't even figure to have a good shot on the paper. So
the number 8 Volatility was out front. Looked like she could have been home free, but closing late on the outside was the 7 Dunedin Bay, and on the inside in Katie's Check Ride. Now, we talked about it with the post with apprentice Luis Rivera Jr., who's done a good job riding here, but Rajiv, for apprentice riders, they just don't have the experience on the turf. He was caught a little bit wide early and able to get to the rail late, come up the inside.
I think he rode a great race, considering the hand he was dealt. Yeah. He didn't do anything wrong. You know, it was tough post, the 10 post, but he didn't really do anything wrong. But he did get stuck wide off the turn, and in the straightaway, the horse might have been laying in a little bit, or maybe he angled him in. I think he rode a good race, considering, you know.
Oh, not an easy position to
but
be
the post position is what was going to do him in.
Yeah.
And it was more the post than it was him. And look, the point in this race, and this was a ridiculous price. I had actually toyed with putting this horse on top, and had it on top as of yesterday, actually. I just was afraid she was coming out of her too weak a race, and been a while since Roy's won a race here. Listen, I bet the 8 to win and boxed 6, 8, 10, and I can't believe I blew this.
Addressable
the
market
5 was in there somewhere too, though.
Addressable market was in between, and he might have got bumped around. So I don't know if there's an inquiry or not, but the 5 had to steady, or he was trying to get into a tight space.
If we could show the slow-mo coming down to the wire, guys, one more time, because it was in tight in there. There were 4 horses coming down to the wire as the 7 who we're seeing on the screen right now, Dunedin Bay, was closing on the outside. But so Rajiv, and the red cap is the number 5 addressable market. What did you see there for that filly?
So he was trying to squeeze between, and he wasn't sure if it was going to go around the 8 or go between. Maybe not much more than traffic, navigating traffic, but I don't think he got impeded by any other horse.
That was Katie Davis, actually, on that one.
Katie,
yeah, but it can be a very uncomfortable position for horses to go between like that, too.
Yeah, tight spaces like that, horses usually don't burst through.
I think the reason that this photo is taking a long time is there may be mirror issues as far as determining who finished second in here between the 8 and 10, and sometimes if there isn't a mirror image, they'll make it a dead heat between the 8 and 10. I think it's an issue. The 7 clearly won. I think it's an issue right now between these two, and there's the head on, the 5's not.
Seems like there's a head separating the top 4 finishers, so it's kind of
right. But I think
posted, but there is an objection. So 7, 10, 8, 5. The objection is against the 10.
By
Katie's
who?
Check Ride.
For what?
Is it? Yeah,
Can we show that head on
see
again?
The 10 making.
So going into the turn, right there, steadied. Actually, was that your favorite? The 3, I believe.
Wow. Well, I don't think the 10 came in. I think it was just an awkward position with the 2 inside of him fading back. I don't see the 10 angling in. It was just Irad was trying to hold his ground, and the 2 horse was stopping really fast.
Again, in an uncomfortable position. So the 3, your favorite, Better Justice, in between horses there. And the 10 in the blue cap, Katie's Check Ride, kind of coming over a bit. So an objection against the unofficial second place finisher, the 10, Katie's Check Ride. Not affecting the winner, Dunedin Bay. 7, 10, 8, 5 unofficially, but an objection against the 10. And that's a difficult point in the race, Rajiv.
Yeah, coming off the elbow of the turn on a turf race when everyone is trying to find a seam. Some horses are tiring, some guys are advancing, others are trying to keep the other guys in. This is usually the most, the toughest part of the race to ride.
If they want to give the rider a fine or suspension because he may have come in a little bit there, I don't have an issue with that. There is no chance that this had any effect on the order of finish. The 3 horse was going absolutely nowhere, Raj.
Yeah, it had no effect on the ultimate finish, so you won't see a change, and there's no reason for a change. I guess it's about determining who caused that issue, and I just think it wasn't anyone at fault. It was just a situational thing where a couple horses were fading and trying to thread small, narrow openings, and when you run out of horse at that point of the race, you get run over. It's like being on the highway. Everyone else is going 70 miles an hour, and you're in the fast lane, and you're going 50.
Yeah.
You're like, you're getting run over.
Not a popular one if you're the one slow going in the left lane on the Belt Parkway. Objection against the number 10, Katie's Check Ride. Let's go down to Richie for more.
One of my biggest pet peeves, too, is somebody going slow in the left lane. Drives me crazy, but I'm happy to have Isaac Castillo here, who produced another terrific ride. And, Isaac, you have seemed like, to me, you've just gotten more and more comfortable here in New York.
Yes, I thank you, the trainer and the owners, for giving me the opportunity, and these horses, yeah, turn them long every day a little bit more, and trying to keep it going, yeah.
I know, listen, it's all about getting on the right horses and getting the opportunities, but have you found any differences riding here compared to any other place?
Yes, New York is one of the best riders in the country now, so yeah, I try to learn one of the best ones, yeah.
Well, you're really great to have you here in New York, and continued success. Keep working hard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, the guy I told you, I believe Isaac's going to make a big impact here over the next few months.
Richie, thank you. The number 7, Deneen Bay, again, still not official, as there is that objection against the second place finisher, but nothing to do with the winner, who was out in the clear, yellow cap on the outside, closing just up in time in that 4-horse photo. Nice ride from Isaac.
He got the job done. Well, I guess. I mean, he was wide and he got the job done. I don't know if it was a ride. He was on the right horse. I mean, I'm not knocking him. I don't know that he did anything special here, Raj.
Well, I'm looking back at this objection. I'm surprised it's taking so long.
Yeah,
I don't think this 10 horse really caused any problem, because if you judge by where the rail is, he never came in closer than 3 pads to the rail.
And you can't
no matter what
objectively tell if he did. If you think he did, can you objectively tell
to say he did?
I agree with you. It's enough.
The best way, the one thing that doesn't move on the track, it's the rail. So always judge based on where the rail is. So if a horse is always 3 pads off the rail and the 2 inside gets shuffled, he's still 3 pads. He didn't move in.
Do you think the fact that we saw Luis Rivera Jr. at the top of the stretch at the turn there kind of glance back when his horse was shifting? Do you think that might have hurt?
He might have heard some screaming going on, because I'm sure the guys on the inside didn't feel comfortable. It's not a nice position to be in.
They left it up. They made the right decision. I agree with Raj. It shouldn't have taken that long, but at least they made the right call. At the end of the day, the story of this race is there was an even money shot that should have been about 7-2. And those are the situations where you need to bet, whether you won or lost. Listen, I should have thrown the 7 in. The problem is I would have had 7-8 anyway, and I would have gotten nothing. And I just thought the 8, and I think I was right. The 8 should never have been 6-1 in that race, but she's never going to win a race if she couldn't win today.
The one horse that I'm surprised didn't show up was the 6 horse. Didn't run any kind of race, took a lot of betting. It was first time leaving Brad Cox and to Greg
first on the turf. Yes, first time leaving.
No, it ran great on the turf the first time. So
didn't run great. I'm going to disagree. Got badly left in there and has an excuse. Listen, I fell for the horse. At 4-1, I would have booked the horse before I bet it. I would never have bet that horse at 4-1. In fact, originally thinking of picking the 7 at 19-1, I would have picked that horse if I knew the odds disparity. I think they were 8-1 and 10-1 in the morning line, and I thought the 6 at 8-1 was a better pick than the 7 at 10-1. But at 5 times the price, the 7 is a much better price. But you don't have the benefit of hindsight in doing that. It's hard to imagine how the winner was 20-1.
Yeah.
19-1 on Deneen Bay, 10-1 Katie's Check Ride, over 6-1 over 8-1. So if you're a 10-cent super player, you will get paid handsomely getting that favorite out of the top 4. But that was what took place in race number 3. When we come back, we'll have one more check-in with the Travers winner, Jenna Antonucci, as she's been doing every week. Will join us on the show via Zoom at the big last work yesterday for Belmont and Travers winner Arcangelo ahead of the Breeders' Cup.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Hi, Jenna.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Ducky, thanks.
Danny, she sounded pretty quiet to me.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You just sound a
Is that
little
okay?
quiet.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. As we saw in the last race, some big prices. But before we move on to live racing today, as promised, we are so happy to welcome in trainer Jenna Antonucci, who has her charge Arcangelo getting ready for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Jenna, thank you as always for joining us today. I have my Breeders' Cup purple on, not planned, but happy to embrace that as well as we're getting closer. How's everything going leading up to now just about 1 week out from the Breeders' Cup?
All is good. Thanks for asking. The weather's nicer today than yesterday, and I think everyone's shipping in now. You can definitely feel the energy elevating around the backside, and you definitely know it's coming. That's for sure.
Angelo, have a big workout at Santa Anita, going 4 furlongs and 47 and 2, and it didn't look like he was going that quick, which is, I think, always a good sign. What did you see from that workout?
It was honestly exactly what we were hoping for. We've put so much foundation in him to make sure that you have obviously the distance that you need with these longer races, and so wanted to just put a little bit of a gear back in him, let him know he could find that higher cruising speed again, and super pleased with how he did it. I thought Robert was really nice on it, and he just handled it all very well. So if there's such thing as a textbook, or okay, cool, that's what we were looking for, I feel like we got that yesterday.
He had a nice gallop out in there as well, and the mechanics of his stride, always I love to watch the way that he moves and the way that he covers the ground, kind of that big long striding typical of Arrogate, and the way that he pushes off from behind. He really covers the ground so nicely.
Yeah, we really focus on making sure that all those big muscles are happy and firing, and that he's got that there to support himself. So, racetracks and can be tiring, and where horses have to work hard to get out of them. And so it's super important for us that we always stay really zoned in and clued into him, that he's super comfortable everywhere.
He was going off of a 10-day workout pattern. We saw a couple of 5 furlong works and then that sharp 47 work yesterday. Can you talk a little bit about the pattern and the mindset of that leading into the Breeders' Cup?
Really just kind of boring, same as what we always pretty much do for him, space stuff out and let him get himself through everything and, adjust to everything and give him that space. I'd rather him being a little fresh. We can always do a little bit of an open gallop if we needed to, if he gets too fresh near races. So like I said, for him, it's kind of boring. It's what we've always done for him, and we'll continue to do that for him.
We saw the pre-entries come out yesterday, making it all feel very real into the Breeders' Cup Classic as we get closer. Is there going to be a particular draw, something that you prefer for him, or there's just certain final steps, final pieces as we have the next week to cover before we get to the big one?
It's just making sure he's thriving and happy and bouncy, and that will be my focus. The other stuff I can't control much of. So me staying, a little bit quiet on the white noise and staying focused on him, and making sure we're doing all of our due diligence as every single horseman here is doing, preparing for these races, and that's where we'll stay focused for sure.
Well, Jenna, you've been making all the right decisions with him so far. Thank you, as always, for taking so much time over the last several weeks to check in with us on the show. It's been a real treat, and we really, really appreciate it. All the best over the next week leading into that Breeders' Cup Classic.
Thanks, Acacia. My best to everybody, and we genuinely greatly appreciate it all.
So excited to follow Belmont and Travers Stakes winner Arcangelo as he will take on older horses for the first time in that Breeders' Cup Classic. Jenna, who's been so accommodating with her time, really appreciate her giving us such wonderful insight. Big thank you to Jenna, and getting ready, getting excited for the World Championships next weekend. But today we have the start of the Pick 6 coming up next. Race 4 from Belmont at the Big A after this on America's Day at the Races.
They're off. Power is pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the Iron Monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, we're for the truck. All right.
Tiger. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Always love that tremendous piece put together by Richie and our amazing production team to give a look inside the starting gate. Rajiv, I know a place you've spent quite a bit of time, and I can only imagine to see the adrenaline, the feeling of being in there with your horse, especially if it's an important race.
Yeah, it definitely gets pumped up. So one of the things that all the riders that are going to say is, look, you got to get them squared away. And what does that mean? The most important factor for a horse breaking is actually coming from his hind legs. So if the hind legs are separated in any way, when the gate's open, they'll shuffle coming out of there. And this is when they break out or break in or might even stumble. So you want to get their hind end onto them and kind of square up the front end to match that. And that's the perfect stance to break a horse. The claustrophobia, there's a misconception about horses not want to go into the gate because they don't want to race. I don't agree with that. It's a small space compared to a horse's body, so sometimes they're a little cautious about going into such a tight space with another person involved. Like you can see there when Meg is in the gate, adding a handler in there plus the jockey and the horse already in a tight space, this is where the claustrophobia comes in for some of these horses. So sometimes I used to like, if the horse is settled enough, to get the gate guy out of there, and they'll feel even more free and comfortable, and it'll give me a better chance. Once he gets squared up, get out the gate, and they break the best that way.
Horses push off from their hind ends, all about having them balanced and prepared for that moment. It's just tremendous insight, once again, from somebody that's been there and done that so very well. And you know all about the gate.
Oh yeah. I'm well aware of that stuff. I love being in tight spots with 1,000-pound animals.
A tremendous piece with that insight, followed up by some great first-hand experience from Rajiv. Moving on to race number 4. It's a $25,000 claiming race, 7 furlongs on the main track. Jolly Miss Jill, the favorite right now, but 5-2 is Maggie. So, of course, with Maggie in the race, it's perfect timing to bring in our Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Hey, Maggie, what are your thoughts for this 4th race?
Well, Acacia, not going to talk about Maggie, who is not my namesake. Just setting the record straight there. I have no idea which Maggie she's named after, but it is cool to see one running with your own name. But while Jolly Miss Jill looks much like the horse to beat, I really have no problems with her. Let's check in with a horse who is trying to come back off of a very much extended layoff, and that is number 5 in here, Exogen. We haven't seen her in over 2 years, and she'll make the return to the races here for trainer Linda Rice. As you know, you speculate as to why they might be gone, and it could be a culmination of different issues and reasons. Now, she does return here wearing the front wraps. You see in one of her running lines that she did bleed, so there might be that issue to deal with as well. And looking at her from a fitness perspective, yeah, with that kind of layoff, it looks like she needs one, to be perfectly fair. She's just a little heavy, a little soft around the edges. She's nicely on the bridle. She's indicating a good frame of mind coming back to the races today. Like to see that. But just, it looks as though she needs one to really kind of tighten up and just get a little bit more defined as well. Moving on to a horse that she kind of is one of those ones that looks a little different or acts a little different each and every time I see her. And she does go out for lower profile connections, but that's number 3, Amity Island, who as of late has been running a little bit overhead, to say the least. So now she's back in a spot where I think she could be effective. Don't love her on paper, but she is making a better impression than she often does, in that she looks stronger behind. She looks better across that top line. She's dappled head to toe. Now, she is one that can get a little nervous from what I've seen from her in the past, but today she is incredibly calm and relaxed. And 2, she has a pilot on her back that, well, seems a little familiar, as we do have Rajiv Mirage on the show, his cousin Romero. I was just wondering a little bit about, you know, what the coaching process is like with him and Raj.
Yeah, I mean, when I see the name R. Mirage, I had flashback. I felt like I was going to go grab the silks, and I just remember it's not me. Yeah,
You're supposed to be down there.
I'm late. But yeah, Romero is my younger cousin. He's about 18 years younger than me. Yeah. And I mean, I've been really finding more time now to try to mentor him and help him, you know, improve his riding. And I feel very proud of him. I see a lot of evolution in his riding. I think he's got a good upward trajectory, and I'm very impressed with the way he rides. I'm so proud of him. And one of the things that every time I try to assess his riding and try to find the weak points, I see that he rides such a good race up to the stretch, and then in the finish, he a little bit on the weaker side. So for the last 2 months, we've been focusing on the finish, and I've seen growth. I've seen him getting stronger, and I think it's just onwards and upwards.
And he's a rider that overcame a really significant injury as well, and to come back and to be riding here. And I got a chance to interview him after a win the other day, and he just has that enthusiasm, that love for the sport that you see so many jockeys feed off of.
Yeah, it's a family thing, you know. Yeah. When we're growing up in our household, and every day with our uncles and our family, all we talk is horses. Like literally, a day to night, it's just horse racing all the time. My family's obsessed with it, and he grew up around that culture. It's just embedded in us, and I think that's why he ended up being a jockey. He actually was a top soccer player as a teenager, and we thought he was going to be. He got recruited to play professionally in Spain. And at 16, he decided he doesn't want to ride. He wants to be a jockey. And his mom calls me up. She says, he's crazy. He's 150 pounds, all muscle, top soccer player in Florida. And and when he talked to me, he convinced me that this is what he's going to do. And, man, the dedication that he showed me. If I was half as dedicated as he was, I'd be Eclipse Award winning.
He's riding a horse that is a tremendous overlay in this race. I don't know. I guess the second likeliest winner and the favorite is Way the Horse to beat. And to compare this horse to the even money shot in the last race, who had very little chance, and this horse this horse is 3 times as likely to win as that horse. Exogen's probably the second likeliest winner, but she's off a 2+ year layoff. It's just Linda Rice. Amity Island's a better horse than Maggie. It really isn't even that close. I mean, Maggie is. It's a name, and it's nothing to do with Maggie Wolfendale. I'd say it's a name. People like name horses. And she wins. She wins slow races against bad fields with perfect trips. She's a highly unlikely winner of this race. She's way, third, fourth, fifth likeliest winner of this race. Amity Island, They're not betting because of the connections. That's why she's a big price, and she's supposed to be a third of half the price she is now.
Let's meet the field. Dufresne went by. Here's the 2, Maggie.
Yeah, coming off a win, seems consistent, but like Andy said, maybe a little bit slow on the figs.
5-2 on her right now. Here is Romero's Mount, Amity Island.
She's off a layoff, so you have that going on. Look at the horses that she's been running against in her last 4 races. There's about 6 names in there that would be odds on in this race. She is a major player at too big a price.
Here's Luna Loca.
Yeah, it drops in class. Second 2 starts back. Ran a little bit over the head last time. Seems to figure it we have a shot here.
Big layoff for Exogen.
Yeah, I mean, the layoff's obviously a big concern. Linda Rice with year-plus layoffs with a small sample has some winners. 2+ years, though, tough to read.
And your favorite, Jolly Miss Jill.
Lone Speed, Kendrick Carmouche, perfect outside post. I mean, this horse looks really like a 1-5 shot on paper.
1-5 at this level, maybe not, but she overlays the field on paper.
Yeah, it's like the dynamics of the race suits her.
Yep. Fastest horse that has dynamics in her favor. That's a pretty good combination.
Yeah.
You can sign up with Naira Bets and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. The Pick 6 sequence, Andy, does kick off here. Is this a race? I know you're trying to go against, actually, the favorite. Do you think that this could potentially be a spot where a lot of people might lean on a horse like Jolly Miss Jill to kick off the sequence?
She's probably the shortest price of anybody and the likeliest winner in the sequence. I mean, in the 5th race, I'd be using horses like the 5 and the 2 as my main 2 horses. The 6th race, yeah, Live to Ride will be the favorite, but that's a wide open race with no form whatsoever to go on. Yeah, Mersal is going to be the favorite in the 7th. She's the horse to beat, but she's not as likely a winner as this horse is. The 8th race is relatively wide open, and the last race is a 12-horse field of lower-level maidens, an interesting betting race where I like the 6. But, yeah, I would say that if this horse loses here, you become sort of 1 to 1.5 horses away from a likely carryover tomorrow.
Could be interesting, especially as mentioned, this is the final week of the Belmont at the Big A meet, so mandatory payouts of those multi-race wagers on Sunday.
Yeah, and also, and as we look at Jolly Miss Jill, Exogen is taking no money, which I think is a bit of a negative. This horse, Linda Rice horses, they take money when they're live. And we can just harp on it forever with Jolly Miss Jill, but Raj, she's got the fastest speed figures consistently. She's been running in higher level races. I guess the negative on her, if you want a negative, is she's a horse that was claimed from Linda Rice, and her last race was a step in the wrong direction. So you worry a little bit, is her form going to tail off? That's the only negative. On paper, she's a horse that's very hard to beat.
The 3 factors that I look at when picking horses is the past performances, so what the horse is capable of, the dynamics of the race, so how you think it's going to unfold, and then how they look on the track. You have to put those 3 things together. So if a horse, I would be trying to look to find a fault with this horse. But it's the opposite. She looks incredible.
Yeah.
The warm-up on Jolly Miss Jill, she looked fantastic on the track. So she ticks all the boxes.
I worry about the horse being claimed away from Linda a little bit. The numbers on horses that are claimed from Linda Rice are not particularly good. So it concerns me a little bit that she could be a horse on a downward cycle. I agree with everything you said on paper and the dynamics. It makes sense. I think Amity Island, though, is just run against better horses, has consistently run figures fast enough to win, and at that price, and I knew she'd be a big price because who's going to bet these connections?
Well, I hope you're right, because I want to see the Mirage name in the winning circle.
Better to win and bet a 6-3 exacta.
I like it. 8-1 on that 3, but 4-5 on your favorite Jolly Miss Jill. For more on her, let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see this, the family affair on America's Day at the races, and I was about to pick Amity Island, but based upon warm-ups, as Raj was saying, I just feel as though Jolly Miss Jill is moving that much better than Amity Island. As he pointed out, she framed herself out really well, of course, with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. And while Andy's point is well taken with the claim away from Linda Rice, Michelle Giangiulio, her horses are consistently well turned out. And with these connections, such as 10 Strike Racing, who are in her corner, they allow her to be aggressive with her horses. So the 2 tries in the starter allowance maybe didn't go incredibly to plan, and now they're just being realistic with this filly. So I definitely like Jolly Miss Jill in here, as we'll take a look at your current second choice, who I too am scratching my head about, in Maggie, in that she won a non-2 for 16 last time. I just feel like this is a bit of a tougher spot for her. Now, the Cantor Massies do incredible work, but at the end of the day, I just think as an individual, Maggie is limited. Okay. I don't say that about myself, though, Acacia.
No, certainly not limited is Maggie Wolfendale. But we'll see what the equine version, again, not associated to Maggie, can do. She did win last time out, but Andy, that was a non-winners of 2 for 16,000. It's a whole different ball game that she's going to be competing against here.
Not only were they incredibly weak, the field, but also she had an absolute perfect trip, sitting on a gold rail in a small field. The second horse made a big wide run in there. The second horse, Baby Sox, would probably be 10-1 in this race. And I think that this is a case where people just look at horses off wins. They like wins. They say she won her last start, but the reality is she got very lucky to win that race, and a similar effort today gives her almost no chance to win here. Unless the 6 completely fails to show up, the 5 can't run anymore if a 2-year layoff, and my horse can't run anymore, and I guess she has a chance.
Well, I'm a bit more forgiving than you, because she has recency, which is something that you like to see, and also it's, you know, she had a bump at the start last time, and you know, that was a bit of a tough trip. So the informed horse in a race like this, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's a little bit slower, but she's in form, so, you know, I'm a little bit more forgiving. But I do agree with what you said. She just doesn't seem good enough. But some of these horses might not show up.
Well, if the 6 doesn't show up, it opens the race up. But realistically speaking, the 6 is a considerably more likely winner than the 4. Frankly, I think the 5 is a more likely winner because she's a better horse if she can still run. And they are bringing her back of 2 years. They're going to bring her back if she can't run at all anymore.
She does have the layoff to contend with. Maggie expressing some concerns about her fitness level, Exogen, which is understandable, not having run since August of 2021. As mentioned, though, she was running against significantly better before that. But, Rajiv, from fitness, you can train in the morning, but you cannot get as much out of training as you can from a race.
Especially with a horse that has ailments. 2 years off, there must be some issues. So how much can you put out to get a horse like that fit? You have to really be cautious for whatever ailments has kept this horse out. So usually I'd expect them to need a race or 2. And, you know, me being a pedigree buff and just kind of remembering all the horses that I rode in my life, I actually rode Maggie's mare, Casablanca Babe, and won first time out.
Oh, she must have been good.
Yeah, that was a great horse. So I always like to see the horses that I've ridden and the progenies do good.
I saw the damn Sire Horse Chestnuts only race in America. That was back in I think the late 90s in Gulfstream Park. Won like whatever the prep was for the Don. The real race, the Don. And then got hurt, unfortunately.
Harlan's Holiday?
Yeah, I don't think it was Harlan Holiday yet. I don't think he may have been just starting to run. I forget what the race was. Maybe it was like the Broward or something.
Oh, interesting.
Hey,
that's pretty cool.
Tells your age, Andy.
Yeah, a lot of things telling my age.
3 to 5.
My hair is a giveaway.
Jolly Miss Jill. I have no idea what you're talking about. As we get ready to load in for the 4th race, 7 furlongs on the main track. Guys, any final thoughts?
I think Amity Island's a ridiculous overlay because of the connections. She's a massive overlay. It's probably supposed to be about 5-1 in this field.
Yeah. Romero, let's go.
We'll see if we can get
I'm loyal to the Mirage family.
Name
like
in the winner's circle. There he is. Race 4, Belmont at the Big A, kicking off the pick 6. Good luck if you're playing. John and Brielle has the call.
Waiting now for Exogen and Jolly Miss Jill. The favorite, Jolly Miss Jill, completes the 6-horse field. We are set for race number 4. And they're off. Jolly Miss Jill away well. Luna Loca is right there, and Dufresne now moves up from the rail. Maggie's gaining ground in between horses. Exogen is 5th in the early going, and Amity Island is the trailer. Dufresne has the lead here by a half length. Jolly Miss Jill on the outside runs in second, a little more than a length to Maggie in third. Then comes Luna Loca on the outside in fourth, and a break of 3 to Exogen, and 2 more to Amity Island. Opening quarter was run in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it is Dufresne who has the lead here by a length and a half. Jolly Miss Jill is in second by a length, with Maggie next in third as they begin the run into the turn, with Dufresne on top here by almost 2. Jolly Miss Jill, the odds-on favorite, running in second. Maggie to her inside in third. It's 3.5 lengths back to Luna Loca, and then farther back Exogen and Amity Island. The half mile in 45 and 4. Here is Jolly Miss Jill now up to challenge Dufresne for the lead. Jolly Miss Jill now takes the lead. Dufresne is back running in second. And then it is Maggie, and Amity Island has advanced into fourth. Jolly Miss Jill with the lead as they come for the 16th pole. Maggie is all out in second. Dufresne down at the rail. Amity Island on the outside. They're heading for the finish, and Jolly Miss Jill will deliver at 3-5. Amity Island up for second. Maggie was third.
Jolly Miss Jill gets the job done. She did not set the pace as might have been anticipated, but getting the win nonetheless, and a nice late rally from the big price Amity Island.
And to be honest with you, what did she go off at 3-5? She's a better at 3-5 than even money in that last race. Because she just was much the best horse, and even with the one going. And frankly, 22.64, 45.8 for this level of horse, Raj, they were moving up front, which enabled my horse to get second.
Yeah, I mean...
No thanks to that rider. I never heard that guy. He's terrible.
What a good ride for a second. But, you know, at the quarter pole, I thought the 6 might be in trouble because that was a smoking hot pace. And, she doesn't look like...
She's just so much better than these horses. It didn't matter, as it turned out. Because, frankly, she won, and she didn't even get the positive circumstances that most of us predicted she would get, and she still won.
She overcome some adversity. It wasn't necessarily a troubled trip, but
if she went 23-1 and 40, and 46-4, she'd have won this race by 5 lengths.
Had she run second, and she'd got beaten and run second, she would have still ran a good race.
Yeah.
Yes.
Based on how the race played out.
You could have said the dynamics were against her, but at 3-5 after chasing the pace setter, who ended up being Dufresne on the front end, she gets the win. 6-3-2-1 Jolly Miss Jill for Michelle Giangulio. Kendra Carmouche in the saddle as well. Rajiv, she's hanging on her left lead here, and while she framed up nicely in the warm-up, I noticed that she does have the tendency to kind of turn her head a little bit. Those types I know are sometimes tricky to ride, and keeping them straight.
Yeah, Kendrick is the ultimate professional jockey. He spills her lane in a little bit on the wrong lead, and he focuses on getting her to switch and kind of level out, because sometimes if they don't, they don't give you that extra run. She was already, under hard drive on the turn, and which is something that the younger jockeys should look at. Sometimes you're riding and the horse is on the wrong lead, and you get desperate because the race is coming up, and you don't execute the way you're supposed to, and that could cost you the race. So the top jockeys, they cross all the T's and dot all the I's, and I think that's what he did. He made sure she switched lead, straightened her up, and then she kind of kicked on when she did switch leads.
Kendra Carmouche riding in top form right now. 3-5 on Jolly Miss Jill. She gets the job done, overcoming a little bit of adversity. 6-3-2-1 in the fourth. Prices and more when we come back after this.
Drain the Clock will win, and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. A absolutely sensational day here for Thursday racing. Belmont at the Big A, as we saw the favorite deliver, Jolly Miss Jill for Michelle Giangiulio. Michelle, it's been a great meet for you so far. I'm sure you're a little remiss to see it ending, but keeping things rolling, I'm sure. And two, your horses look great, and I feel as though your owners are letting you run them where they need to run, and this was Jolly Miss Jill's spot.
Yeah, definitely. We got lucky. Field came up pretty light, short field, and yeah, they're really great about, you know, certain things. They'll give you a few chances if you want to try in a certain spot if you think the horse is good enough, but they want to win. I want to win too, you know, so we like to be aggressive.
Now, you lost her today. Talk a little bit about watching her slash the fractions at the quarter pole. We were all commenting, we weren't sure she was going to get there, but then she leveled out and showed her class.
Yeah, she did. I was a little concerned with those two first fractions were pretty quick. But she held on. She looked like she wanted to quit there a little bit, but Kendrick did a good job to keep her on the bridle and keep going.
Speaking of class, you broke your maiden, so to speak, in a stake race up at Saratoga with Seafoam. You recently announced that he is retired. Talk a little bit about that decision and what he meant to you and your stable.
He was so special to me. I miss him being in the barn. He was like the shed row alligator trying to bite everybody. So it's like I still kind of watch out going past where his stall was. But it's nice to see, you know, he had such a great career. He was so good to me, and obviously brought me a huge win, and I'll never forget that. I'm not exactly sure what he's going to be doing in his career. They're looking to stand him at stud, not sure where, which would be really awesome. He's currently in Lexington at the moment. But yeah, he'll always have a special place in my heart. He's a special horse.
Well, looking to fill that void, Win for Gold, who's a New York bred that you've really gotten into form. He's going to try Stakes Company next on Sunday in the Hudson. Talk about that decision.
Yeah, I'm really excited. He's been doing so good. He's in great form. He's won 3 in a row. He's just been going up the ranks. So, you know, I figured our next start should try to do Stakes Company. It's going to be a tough field, but he couldn't be doing any better. So I'm really excited.
Really fast figure last time out. Every reason to be in there. Michelle, congratulations here. Keep things rolling.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Giangiulio doing great work with her small yet very competitive stable, guys.
Yeah, she's had a terrific meet, which has been fun to follow, Maggie. Thank you, Jolly Miss Jill, getting another victory for Michelle Giangiulio at 3-5 Amity Island. There's the Mirage name with Romero Mirage in second.
Well, you guys are all, you're like an infestation.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, he didn't win, but he rode that horse optimally.
Yes. Yep.
Did all the right moves, perfect, great ride. Just pretty much.
I got a little fortunate. You got the right setup.
Yeah.
You got more pace than you figured to get, but it was she was just too big a price.
Yeah.
We're on the turf for race number 5. Romero will be on the number 3, Candy Monet for Eddie Prasad, as that one's a big price. Number 4, Linerite, currently the favorite at 5-2. As that'll do it for me. I'm saying goodbye. Andy and Rajiv staying here on the desk for a little bit longer, but don't worry, I'm leaving you in capable hands. Greg Wolf coming up after this.
And of course, we should say happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Enjoy your birthday evening.
Thank
We'll miss you.
I will, and I will see you. No, I will not see you tomorrow. I will actually be hosting tomorrow night and Saturday night, starting at 9 p.m. the Breeders' Crown shows.
So I'm glad I won't be seeing you.
Make sure, yes, Andy will be home comfortably, but we'll be here. Paul Vidarosa and I will be hosting from here. We'll have Gabe Pruitt and Jessica Otten on site at Hoosier, the biggest couple of nights in racing for standard bred. So hope that you'll tune in for that on Friday and Saturday on Fox Sports. Stay tuned, though. Greg Wolf coming up on the set, and when we come back, there'll be some more discussion of graded stakes action, including High Oak, who's found a new form this year. He's heading to the Bold Ruler.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that
New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
We're back with continuing live coverage on FS2 of the final week here, Belmont at the Big A. Final 4 days of action. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun continuing to shine as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up next. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Glad to have Rashid Mirage on the set as well, doing a great job to this point. But good to see you both. And this weekend we got progressively bigger races. That's usually how it works in this game. And tomorrow, pretty good one in the Bold Ruler with a rematch of Durante and Cowan. Tail of trips in this race?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think Cowan ran well, yeah, but Durante ran tremendously. I mean, this is, you sometimes you learn more, Raj, about horses in defeat than you do in victory, right? And I mean, this horse was fighting the whole way. He looked like he was done top of the stretch, and he still battled back to win. But I worry a little bit about the speed of Pirate Rick outside him, who got badly left last time, that Durante could have some trouble with him. And also a point you brought up earlier today about Unbridled Bomber. I'm a little worried about Lasix off on Durante.
Yeah, that's a big factor. And, he got beat by Cowan last time, but it's a big difference in trips, right? Cowan had a perfect ground-saving trip behind a duel, a 3-way duel into a fast pace. It was handed a silver platter for him, and Durante was still making it tough.
He looked like he was going to finish 5th top of the stretch.
Now that post positions change, Cowan is now in between horses in a big field. He's not going to get the luxury of that catbird seat in the pocket trip and getting through on the inside. So I think that Durante would be my choice over Cowan.
I agree with that. I just worry about the pace a little bit, but between the two, I completely agree with you.
Meanwhile, High Oaks, so talented as a 2-year-old, had that spill in a race early in his 3-year-old career, and it just seemed like he could never find his form again. He's actually back on good form now with a graded stakes placing.
And a graded stake race or not, he's getting some class relief. He's been facing very, very tough fields. And this was the race that indicated in Saratoga he had returned to running good races. I have an odd concern about him in here. He makes a lot of sense. There's pace in the race. He draws well on the outside. He really turned it around when Katie Davis started riding him. And it just seemed like he was a horse that was not overcoming whatever mental issues he had after he had that very, very difficult spill back at Gulfstream last year. And now he gets Irad Ortiz. Now, obviously, Irad's a fabulous rider, but you almost wonder if he's a horse that responded well to Katie, and you just don't know if he's going to necessarily respond as well to Irad.
I'm not going to look at it that way. At worst, it's a lateral move for me.
No. I mean, Irad's a great rider.
Yeah.
And Katie would say he's a better rider than me.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he got an affinity for whatever it was that Katie was doing.
Maybe her perfume.
Maybe
but
she
Irad should borrow some of the Katie perfume. That might,
You want to suggest that to him? Because I'm not going to. So maybe you should work
Whatever she was doing, yeah, it was working. Because, I mean, this horse did wake up. There's no denying that with Katie Davis in the irons. But you expect, look, big race, stakes race. One of the titans in the game is going to get those bigger amounts.
Oh, I understand why they went to Irad Ortiz when he was open. It's just something that's odd because I think a lot of people look at it, and this is no disrespect to Katie, who's riding very well, but I think a lot of people look at it and they'll say, oh, Katie Davis to Irad Ortiz, and he's running well. He's going to be much shorter price than he should be. And I feel as though Katie found the key to this horse, and I just worry a little bit that Irad may not get the same results from him. I could be wrong, but he'll be an underlay, in my opinion, though obviously he's a player.
That'll be an interesting subplot that happens in that Bold Ruler. That's coming up tomorrow on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports. We're going to have the late pick 5 first leg coming up. Speaking of the leading rider at the meet, it's a one-hill ride to kick off this late pick 5. Irad Ortiz Jr. with the mount on Weekend Rags for Jorge Abreu, current tepid 3-1 favorite. We'll be back.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're getting festive here on America's Day at the races, and we couldn't be here without the support of our sponsors, such as Hillendale Farm at Alapa, standing such greats as Curlin. As we do have horses set and ready for today's 5th race, 6 furlongs on the turf for the New York bred fillies and mares, and we'll begin with some horses coming in off of respective layoffs, and we'll begin with number 2, Royal Dancer, for trainer Michelle Nevin, and she was beaten by the favorite that day back on July 8th, and Loon Cry. I thought she had a perfect trip with Arad Ortiz aboard. She just never picked up with first-time blinkers on. Now, she looks fine here. Overall, she looks fit enough. Kind of your typical war dancer, big, strong-looking filly, carries her weight and conditioning well, but I just think that there's some other options in here because I just didn't love the way that she finished that last race, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We're going to get a look at this whole field here coming up as we get set for our post parade ahead. We went to break talking about Arad Ortiz Jr. Everyone chasing him here at the meet. He's going to be on the current favorite at 5-2, who we'll get to. We start with Robin and Eli. Huge price on the inside.
Yeah, this is a horse that's really going to have to step up her game quite a bit to be competitive.
Royal Dancer, Kendra Carmouche coming off a win.
Figures to be fourthly placed and a major factor and a crazy price, but doesn't really seem like it likes to win.
7-2 morning line, yeah, 9-1 right now. 18-1 next door. This is Candy Monet.
Yeah, Candy Monet feels to me like a fringe player at a big price to maybe get in somewhere, but would have to improve to win here and has to overcome the rider.
How about that rider? Runner-up in the last start. Line of right for David Donk.
Yeah, getting bet heavily. A couple of close calls will be coming from way off the pace, and it will have to navigate through a big field here.
Here's Arad Ortiz Jr. on weekend rags for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, and the thing about the 5 and the 2, who's a crazy overlay right now at 10-1, these are forwardly placed horses, so not only contenders, they have speed in their benefit. I think weekend rags much the worse to beat.
We'll get back to Burn Rosie Burn for Mike Maker, who went by. Here's Bella Principessa.
I don't think she's totally impossible. I just worry that 6 runs may be a little short, and 5-1's no bargain.
Tom Morleyborn with the latest edition.
Third off the layoff, had a good run last time, getting beat only 2 lengths, moved back to New York bred. This horse got a sneaky good line at a big price.
Skip ahead to the 10. That's Autumn Glory, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, long layoff for this horse. It showed some good promise last year, and coming off this long layoff should be making a good factor in this race.
And where are you? 3 Unions, whose lone turf win, it was a gate-to-wire win at Belmont and Aqueduct last year. Blinkers going on for David Duggan.
Where are we? Oh, the 6. The 9? No, if you find her, let me know. I don't think they'll be able to find her at the finish here either.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like it's going to be a
I think
factor.
There's 4 horses that took money in the multis. The 2, 3, 5, the 2, 4, 5, and 10. And the 2 and 5, I think, have an advantage, and this is a forwardly placed horse at best that just doesn't seem good enough. I think the advantage the 2 and 5 have, and the 2 is supposed to be 7-2 or 4-1 in here, and I think Raji seemed to agree with me, is that they're not only good enough to win, but they're both horses that can be forward. And we saw the previous turf sprint was dominated towards the front end. Nobody made up ground. And they feel like they not only may be the 2 most talented horses in the races, but they figure to both be forward in here, where a horse like Linerite, the 4, has no speed. The 10 off the layoff wants to go farther, has no real speed. So not only are they necessarily maybe better than these horses, they also have a tactical advantage.
Yeah, and those closers might be pace compromised, like you say, and having to navigate through traffic in a slow pace sometimes is, it's a difficult task. And plus, Michelle Nevin, this is one of her biggest success rates. She wins at 23% when she's between a 61 and 180-day layoff, which is the case here with this 2 horse. So definitely one of the top contenders and a crazy price. But this race, I'm gonna go with the Mirage factor. Candy Monet, Romero's on, 3rd off the layoff. The first time off the layoff, got beat a neck against Open Company, then stepped up to the allowance rank last time, was 6 wide on the turn, got beat 4 lengths. If this horse gets off to a decent start, which is something that it has a tendency to break a little slow, I think if this horse breaks good and sit in a good trip, he could win this race.
That's your unbiased opinion here.
My unbiased opinion.
Of your family member riding a horse.
Romero Mirage, coming off that runner-up finish again in the last race. We'll see if he can do that one better on a now 13-1 shot coming up here in this fifth as we take a look at Autumn Glory. Christophe Clement off a long layoff with this filly, Andy.
Yeah, Christophe's numbers, they're not that bad, to be honest. I mean, he's 15%, $1.56 ROI, so he's losing a little bit less than the takeout. It's not that bad a number, but it's nothing to get excited about. And I wonder if she wants a little more distance. And here she is finishing second, and this was May of 2022. So this horse is coming off a layoff of almost a year. Over a year. And even in good form, she's got to run her best race and do it against Race Dynamics to win. At least the horse you're trying to get home, she might be against Race Dynamics a little bit, though she's not that slow and she's a big price. This horse could be second or third choice by post time, and I just think she's too short.
Yeah, like you said, her optimal distance might be a little bit longer to begin with, and she's off a layoff, and she's got a far outside post. So there's a lot of things not to like, but I must say she looks really good out on the track. She doesn't look like a horse coming off too long of a layoff. Usually when a horse is off a long layoff like this, they'll carry a little more extra weight under the belly and stuff. This horse seems like she's been training pretty strongly.
Well, and she did win that debut if you're worried about the bench. Maggie, what do you have for us on Autumn Glory?
Well, I agree with what the guy said about her being one that probably wants a little bit more ground, in that she's very long in her frame. She's not built like your typical turf sprinter, and I think she's a little bit on the pace compromise type of way of things. If she gets a fast pace, she will come running, but with regards to the layoff, and I just feel like she needs one to strengthen up. Yes, my opinion did elevate of her when she got out on the racetrack because she's moving incredibly well, but while Rajiv talking about how fit she looks, she does from the leanness perspective, but from the strength and muscle mass perspective, she's lacking just a bit here, and really you can't necessarily gain that with anything in the morning. You kind of need to go out there and run a race. So I feel like, unfortunately for her, as we're at the end of the season, this might just be a stepping stone as we'll move on to number 7, Bella Principessa. She'll return to the races, and before the layoff, she was running races fast enough to win here, but is this her best distance? Now, she's not as physically compromised per se. She's a little bit more stout and compact in that frame, but boy, I feel like this filly struggles a lot with her feet. I mean, I remember in the spring, it looked like she was dealing with a quarter crack. She has very clubby feet. She really doesn't give a blacksmith much to work with whatsoever. And I feel like that's the main reason why we have not seen her throughout the majority of the turf season. So she looks fit enough here, and I'm okay with the turn back, but I'm just not totally sold on her. As we'll move on to a long shot here that just caught my eye. And I know she hasn't done anything on the racetrack to make her a major player here, but she'll make her third start for the Mike Maker barn, but this time off of a layoff. That's number 6, Burn Rosie Burn. She looks fantastic, really strong, superb coat, flesh, everything you want to see. And like I said, I don't think she's good enough, but then again, I think she could make a little bit of noise here, just given the time that she's spent in this barn now and coming back as a fresh runner. Greg?
38-1. Thank you, Maggie. Burn Rosie Burn, off since May. Of course, one of the top barns in the game, Mike Maker. We'll see if she can make an impact.
Oh, she's a huge price.
Yeah.
She'd have to improve a bit off her best race, but she is a huge price at 640-1. That is a big price.
Yeah, the Spy Force is taking a lot of betting, and
She's
rightfully
supposed to be the
so.
favorite.
Yeah, she should be the favorite. But 7-5 in a field like this.
Well, it's Irad. She's a better horse at 3-2 than the Chad Brown horse was at even money, and I know you're not disagreeing with that. This is a horse that very probably was on a dead rail in her last turf race, 2 races back, and she lost to Loon Cry before that, who won 2 straight races and then was second against Open Company. She's the worst to beat.
I do feel like she's the most likely winner. I feel like 5-2 would be a fair value on her.
Maybe.
Should be about the line.
2-1 for me.
But it's not, it definitely is a horse that is the most likely winner.
You're never getting value with IRAD. It's something that we talk about on the show on a daily basis. They're all underlays.
But you're getting 16-1 at Romero now. And
that's an underlay as well.
I think this horse is going to run a big race. Moving back to the inside post,
There she is, the 3.
I'm going to tell Romero he can't ride when Rajiv is here on the show.
Extra pressure on
I'm the guy
Romero.
who picked this horse. Now you're trying to piggyback after the horse ran second.
I beat him in the last race.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
Go with the winner.
3 to 5.
For this one here,
I had to go with the chalk.
Weekend Rags, too. I mean, Arad has the ability. Obviously, she's tactical. She put herself in the race early.
I think you're supposed to see the 2 and 5 as the 2 forward horses here, assuming the break is fair.
Late pick 5. It starts here in this 5th Belmont at the Big A closing week. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Field of 10 just about set to go in race 5. 6 furlong sprint on the firm outer turf course. And Autumn Glory will be the last one to move in. She's in, we're set. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 1, Robin and Eli. Royal Dancer along with Byrne, Rosie Byrne. 3 Unions is there on the outside. And it is 3 Unions who has a narrow lead. Byrne, Rosie Byrne. Royal Dancer is down at the rail. In between horses is Candy Monet. And on the outside is Latest Edition. And then comes Weekend Rags, who is moving up from 6th position. Autumn Glory is next in 7th, followed by Bella Principessa in 8th. Robin and Eli is 9th, and Lina Wright is the trailer in 10th. The quarter, 22 1/5 seconds. It is 3 Unions on the inside and Latest Edition on the outside. The 2 of them are together. Royal Dancer is just in behind in 3rd. Byrne, Rosie Byrne. And on the far outside, here comes Weekend Rags now. And Weekend Rags has stormed to the front. Latest Edition is right there in 2nd with Royal Dancer in the 3rd. Then Autumn Glory. Lina Wright is kicking in on the far outside. Here's Weekend Rags. Here's Lina Wright who continues to gain. Weekend Rags, Lina Wright, and in between those 2, Autumn Glory. Autumn Glory got up. Autumn Glory coming off the layoff and getting up under Dylan Davis.
Autumn Glory, yeah, not just a layoff. Hadn't raced since July 22nd of last year, over a year's time away. And that win was at a mile and a 16th. Wins here sprinting at 6 furlongs.
And it just is really an interesting conversation about dynamics. On paper, the 2 and 5 were supposed to be controlling a moderate pace. As it turned out, they both rayed behind a pace that was significantly slower than the pace we saw Maidens, I believe, go in the first race today. So what happened? They went faster up front, and the closers were able to get into the race.
Yeah, they're definitely not the way we saw the race unfolding early. There was a lot of, a hold in, taking a hold up in that race and made the dynamics a little bit different. Kind of kept the 10 horse a little closer than if it was a faster pace. You might have been left with more work to do, so kind of kept him in the race.
The 5 had to go wide around them, went 4 wide around them on the turn.
Yeah. But this Autumn Glory, with the expectations that this horse is going to improve with more distance and improve with a race under her belt, she might be able to use this as a springboard to a really strong future.
Did Lina Wright rolling by her on the outside maybe sort of wake her up a little bit and re-engage her?
Yeah, I think so. Once she saw that horse, she engaged it, and Lina Wright and Weekend Rags and even Royal Dancer, they're becoming these kind of horses that always run good but don't deliver the finishing punch. And sometimes you see that, and they take a lot of money and they just keep getting beat.
7-2, first time back since July of last summer.
Boy, they bet.
Autumn Glory and Christophe Clement Gallagher stud homebred with Dylan Davis with the victory. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices when we return on our Belmont at the Big A coverage. Here on FS2, we'll get into the pick 4. When we come back, it's Dylan Davis for Christophe Clement here in the 5th.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races in a spooky good weekend heading up with stakes action Friday and Saturday closing week here in South Ozone Park at Belmont at the Big A. Of course, going to be staying at Aqueduct. But in terms of this meet, things winding down. Dylan Davis, Christophe Clement off the bench with Autumn Glory to start the late pick 5.
Do you feel different when it becomes just Aqueduct? It's no longer...
I do.
I think it's kind of exciting that we're rolling out with Rajiv joining us for closing weekend of Aqueduct.
Yeah.
At the Belmont at the Big A.
I'm still a bit confused because I'm not used to seeing the bold ruler at Aqueduct and the Athenia in some of these races. So
that's the only thing confusing you right now?
That's the only thing confusing me. I feel like we should be in Belmont, but we're at Aqueduct, so yeah.
Andy and I are confused by all of it.
Yeah, believe me.
Every step of the way.
It just gets more and more confusing as everything goes on, Raj.
Autumn Glory, the win. It's Clement off the bench with this filly. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
That's right, Autumn Glory. It seems very apropos that Autumn Glory wins today, bringing her back off that long layoff. Christophe getting the win here on this late October beautiful afternoon.
Absolutely beautiful Aqueduct. We're all here. Especially beautiful when you win races. She's a fun filly. I'm very grateful to Gallagher Stud. They've been very patient. She had an issue with her back last year. They gave her plenty of time. They fixed it. And she came back winning, which is always a great way to come back.
The cutback in distance, obviously she'd run at the 7, but she broke her maiden first time out a mile and 16. Talk about that decision to turn back in distance off the bench.
So let's give credit to her owner, Marlene Brody, because we had the two choice. 6 furlongs a mile and 8, and she was adamant to go 6, and she was right, and it worked out. I'm sure she will go further.
Yeah.
You know, at Belmont you could go 7-8. That does not exist at Aqueduct, but I'm sure she could go a mile. Yeah.
Well, you're gearing up and tipping off for a big week here. 2 stakes runners tomorrow. Ozara in the Chelsea Flower. Talk a little bit about her. I thought she was very impressive breaking her maiden first time out at Saratoga.
No, absolutely. She's a nice filly by Lope de Vega. She won a maiden well. We sent her to Woodbine, finished 4th in the Grade 1. A little bit too anxious that day. She was a little bit immature. I mean, it was only her second start. She's trained very well. She was in Saratoga and then back to Belmont. And I think she should be a lot more mature tomorrow.
How do you correct that with these young horses in their training?
You don't. Just time takes care of that, not us. But some of them, as you train them, and then you can see it, they just become better in their work. And that's the case with her. She looks great. She's very sound. She's got a good gloss. And I think she should be very competitive.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with her. Congrats here with Autumn Glory.
Thank you so much.
All right, Christophe, big smiles here in the winner's circle as he is, like I said, Greg, looking forward to a big weekend entered and a lot of stakes.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie, including Ozara, who you talked about, coming out of a Group 1 north of the border as we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off the late pick 4. It'll be on the turf, mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight. Everyone looking for that first win on the resume coming up, and right now it's Live to Ride. Kenny McPeak getting on turf for the first time, washed off the turf in the debut, 2-1 favorite.
This race is really like the proof positive of the situation with the weather over the last few months. All of these horses who have wanted to get on the turf, they've been rained off, they've run off the turf races, they've been scratched out of them, and Live to Ride's the Kingman, so that was the one getting bet. Ran well enough on the dirt first time.
Yeah, that's why it's so tough having turf horses that just only can run on the turf, because all these horses are top quality horses, and now they've been waiting for months trying to get them on the turf, and they're all in the race together, and only one can win. So
yeah, it's been a difficult situation. I picked the 4 Marceau.
More on this race coming up. We'll look ahead to some other stakes action over the weekend as well. It's going to do it for Andy, Rajiv. Great job. Great having you on the set as well.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, these two guys, back with more coverage tomorrow. I'm going to be joined by Richard Migliori after a short timeout. We'll continue along with this late Big Four and look ahead to Saturday's Mother Goose 3-year-old fillies and Zajira with a big test off a huge dirt performance. Be taking on Grade 1 winner Defining Purpose this weekend.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Silver State's somewhat of a throwback stallion. He was very durable. He won 6 times in a row across multiple tracks, Churchill, Oaklawn, Belmont, and he won the Grade 1 Met Mile, which is a very nice stallion-making race. Beat Horse of the Year Knicks Go, which he was the only horse to defeat Knicks Go the year they were running.
In the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
And his first falls have hit the ground, and we love what we've seen. He's throwing amazing consistency. There's plenty of substance and leg. We're really happy with what we have on the ground. And I don't think I've ever had more people tell me about a first-year horse than I have this year with people with Silver State foals. He's an imposing horse. Everyone that comes to see him that first year, it was amazing. They would come and see him, and they'd walk right into Bernie's office and sign a contract, or even ask if they could buy a share. The response to him has been phenomenal. He bred the most mares of any stallion that's ever been at Claiborne his freshman year. Very encouraging for the future, and hopefully we can get lucky.
Back on America's Day at the Races in our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. Silver State, part of that vaunted lineup of stallions. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're going to talk about another Claiborne stallion a little bit later on in the program to come, and I know you have some good memories of that one as well. Richard Migliore, champion jockey, won quite a few races here at Aqueduct, joining me on the set, and the best yet to come on this Friday or Thursday card, excuse me.
Yeah, I was outside. It's an absolutely beautiful day, and now I'm up here with you, so the day continues to be good, and we still got some great racing to bring you. Days go by quick here, right? It gets darker a little bit earlier.
Yes, it does. Good one coming up this weekend, too. It's our race of the week. 3-year-old fillies, grade 2 Mother Goose. And this filly ran so big, they were toying with the idea of going to the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Zajira.
Yeah, listen, you get a horse that's doing good, runs a triple-digit buyer getting off the grass. Or, I mean, not a triple-digit, but nearly a triple-digit buyer, excuse me. You'd have to give it a long, hard look, wouldn't you?
Just ran lights out. It was in the Seneca overnight at Churchill down to the mile and 16th. Phil Power said, now I'm second-guessing myself. Should I put her on the dirt sooner? But she was running so big on the grass, I sort of had to keep her on that surface, but this was something else.
You know, sometimes we get kind of stuck with a notion or idea of a horse, and the horse has got different ideas, and it takes us a little while to adjust and come around. But she won with consummate ease here, and she's already grade 1 placed in the Alcibiades, albeit through a disqualification, but 2 races on dirt, 1 win in a stake, and a grade 1 placing in another.
Now, Phil Bauer, her trainer, says she is one of the favorites in the barn because she takes her races anywhere she goes. So expect her to show up Saturday in the Mother Goose as she makes her dirt debut in New York. Meanwhile, a colt for Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables. This was at Park's sloppy racetrack in the Grade 1 Cotillion, wound up 3rd.
I thought she showed a lot of resilience here. You know, it looked to me like she was spinning her wheels, wasn't really comfortable in the sloppy surface, whether it was the kickback, because she did kind of find her stride when she finally got out to the clear, and she came with a resolute run. A colt used to have more early speed. Her last couple of starts showing less speed, but if she can place herself maybe a little bit handier, you can make her job just a little bit easier, not leaving herself so much to do.
She's continued to move forward. Last time out was the best figure she's ever run on a wet track. We'll see if she can repeat it with, sounds like, good weather coming up this Saturday afternoon for the Mother Goose. And then the only Grade 1 winner in the field, that's for Kenny McPeak. Defining purpose, she gets an outside post, winner of the Grade 1 Ashland. That was a setup for the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, and she's a consistent sort, too. And she's also tactical. She can lay up close if they don't go very quickly, or, you know, she can come from a little further back if the speed is on. I don't think she liked the sloppy track. Her 2 worst races have come on sloppy surfaces.
Could be. She's 1 for 4 on an off track, maybe struggled there. Was it the track? Was it the competition in that cotillion? Obviously, on her best day, she has big talent.
Absolutely big talent. She held off Julia Shining there, who was only making her 4th start, her step up in the Ashland there to Grade 1 competition, beating 3/4 of her length. Don't know what happened to Julia Shining in the Alabama. It was an absolute no-show. The fact that they've gone on, persevered with her pedigree and her resume already, she really doesn't have to prove anything. So obviously she must be doing well for them to persevere.
Look at what's coming up this weekend. Yeah, Julia Shining was a bit of a tough spot. She hadn't raced since April, trying to get a 1.25 miles in a Grade 1. We'll see if she has a better showing of herself this Saturday. A Wad 49er. Part of that lineup as well as we get into race 6. Back on our Thursday coverage here. 1 mile and 16th on the turf coming up. And Live to Ride. Current favorite on the board for Kenny McPeak, who of course is going to send out Defining Purpose in that Mother Goose. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll start with Live to Ride in this 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, as we'll take a look at him, the son of Kingman. And I'll be honest, I kind of just dismissed him in his debut because I was like, oh, he's a Kingman. He's going to need the turf, and they're just using this race to kind of get him fit, in which it has done that. But he actually ran fairly well on a surface that you could almost see he wasn't necessarily loving either. So there's ability in there. That hints to me that there is an engine and some talent, and it's definitely tucked him up. I think he makes a whole lot of sense here. But this is an interesting field because while these horses have experience, we almost have to treat them like first-time starters because so many have entered for the turf and have not yet been able to run on it. And there's some very intriguing horses that get to it for the first time, as we'll go right outside of Live to Ride with number 4, Marceau. And this Son of Distorted Humor really made a great impression first time out, wearing the same equipment, those cheater blinkers and a shadow roll, which is kind of typical for Barclay Tagg. That's kind of the uniform that his horses are sent to the races in. He's a good looking horse, as we'll go back and check out his OBS March sales workout in which he sold for $270,000. It's not often you see Barclay with sales horses, but while this guy, it's a unimpressive time, it's definitely indicative of a horse that wants long on the turf. Big floating stride to him, just really covers some nice ground once he kind of gets into gear, as well as it looks as though he has a nice gallop out too here, really finding his best strides late. And I just think this is a much better spot for him, for a horse that really makes a great impression physically. Very good looking individual. Now, one that I have personally been waiting and I'm excited to see on the turf today is number 7, Skylar's Artemis, as he's a huge price right now at 23-1 for John Terranova. And he just has a massive turf hoof to him, very slack pasterns. This guy wants this surface. And I was talking to his trainer, John Terranova, and he's just saying, you know, I'm excited to see what he does today, but I'm also not remiss to have run him in those dirt races because it's kind of toughened him up a bit, made him battle tested, and also gotten the fitness that I've needed for him into him now. So I think he's really intriguing, Greg. There's so much about this horse that says he's going to relish this switch to the turf.
See if that happens. Thank you, Maggie. 23-1 right now, getting on the turf finally. And, you know, as Andy alluded to in the last segment, that's the case for a lot of these with the weather we've had. They've been trying to get on the grass. Start number 3, finally going to get there, Skylar's Artemis.
Yeah, and I like what Maggie just talked about, the fact that this horse has 2 runs. So even though well beaten in those races, horses get so much out of it from a physical and mental standpoint that now maybe switching to the proper surface, horse is prepared to run his best race.
8 minutes away. Start of this late pick 4 coming up on this Thursday card. Final week of action at this Belmont at the Big A meet. Here's Holton, Mike Maker, Isaac Castillo, and the first foal from a dam who started 3 for 3 in the dirt and was a 3-time stakes winner.
Yeah, and this horse has shown ability on the dirt, now switches to the turf, and Mike Maker seems to excel with turf runners.
Tom Albertrani runner, second time out.
Yeah, horse had that debut on dirt. Tommy Albertrani's horses get better with racing.
Live to Ride, the dam produced Group 1 place runner in France who won a Group 3 as well.
And by Kingman, it really stands out, the pedigree as far as turf.
7-1, Javier Castellano and Marceau.
Yeah, the mare was 2 for 8 on turf, and she has produced 2 turf winners, and this horse was turf meant first time when it rained off.
George Weaver with a first-time starter, team captain.
Mare's produced 1 foal, Hoodlum, who was 0 for 7 on turf. Doesn't mean this horse won't handle turf, but you look at pedigrees for that.
And she won the Rachel Alexandra at 74-1, of course, on dirt, the dam. Skylar's Artemis, Maggie was talking about, 21-1 goes by, and here's Rocket Knight.
Yeah, Rocket Knight, another horse, both trying to come out of the same 2 races, trying to get turf as Skylar's Artemis.
Dominic Schettino with a 44-1 shot. Romero Mirage, right? Aboard?
Yeah. Grand Dam was Tribulation, Grade 1 winner on the turf, so let's see if the pedigree runs deep there.
13-1, Manny Franco, right to vote. Chad Brown, blinkers coming off.
Blinkers coming off, switching surfaces. Horse sports 3 turf works in Saratoga. I like that.
And then Heartened gets in from the also eligible list. It's Pletcher, it's Around Ortiz Jr., and debut was on dirt, took no money from this barn.
Yeah, from a Todd Pletcher runner, this horse really took no money, but does have 2 workouts, on the turf and that run under her belt. Tough post, though.
So you expect to see getting played with Around Ortiz Jr. trying to close out a riding title here, teaming up with Pletcher in a surface switch for Heartened as we get set for the late pick 4 coming up. You can play with NYRA Bets, Cup 25, that code to use for new members at nyrabets.com. As we approach the 5-minute mark to post. And the favorite still at this point Live to Ride with that pedigree. Dam stakes placed on the turf in France produced a Group 3 winner, as we mentioned. And we'll see what Live to Ride can produce getting on grass for the first time.
Listen, we lean on pedigree heavily in races like this because there's not as much proven form to go on in horses trying a surface for the first time. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it's one of the tools we use to try to fit this puzzle together.
So 5-2. As we look at these, so this is strange to see double-digit odds in a turf race with these silks for this barn.
Yeah, absolutely. Seth Klarman, Clarivate Stable, Chad Brown. You get Manny Franco, who's on his way to his another leading rider title for the year in New York. And one of the reasons he's able to do that is staying here, digging in, going through the winter months and just piling up the winners. He's closing in on 200 wins this year. Horse making a nice impression on the racetrack. He really is, jogging beautifully. That's a big price for a Chad Brown runner, isn't it?
It really is. You see Chad Brown leading the way, trying to close out this training title with the edge on Linda Rice right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Right to Vote, guys, first time out was so green, which is not typical for a Chad Brown firster, and also not typical for Chad Brown is to run one in blinkers first time out. He's so much more professional. He looks fitter. He's just making an overall better impression. I just don't necessarily see the surface switch with him, but I have been wrong in the past about Chad Brown runners making that switch, as we'll take a look at one who's actually a debuter. That's number 5, team captain in here. Now, while Candy Ride has been a prolific sire, he's produced a lot of runners, their biggest, I think, downfall physically from a conformation standpoint often is their feet. They have terribly small contracted feet, and therefore it just kind of makes them a little bit rough on their ankles too. And I just don't see this horse being turf meant. He's very upright in his pasterns. He's incredibly good looking, but he's also fairly green out on the track too. I just feel like they're using this possibly as a race, to get the distance more so into him than, trying him going long on the dirt first time out. So I'll take the wait and see approach with him, as we'll move on to number 2, Kawaka, who is going to be actually not as big of a price as I thought at 13-1. Showed some speed first time out while on the main track. Look for him to show that speed again, obviously teaming up with Kendrick Carmouche, but he was actually a lot sharper so far in the preliminaries, and he just looks all turf meant for Tom Albatrani. And number 8, Rocket Knight for Bill Mott. They've been trying to get this one on the turf. I thought he kind of physically could go either way, but he's a very good looking type who continues to develop and get stronger with each subsequent race. As number 11, Heartened, your current second choice at 3-1, drawing in off the AEs. He'll stretch out, which is good, and also try the turf, which I also think is a good thing, Greg. So I have no problems with him. You're just getting hurt with his price based upon connections.
As usual, thanks, Maggie. We need to correct those trainer standings because it is a lot closer than what we showed you as we get into this final week of action here. It's 22 for Chad Brown, 22 wins for Chad Brown, and then 19 for Linda Rice. And this could be the final runner in that Chad Brown has today. Linda Rice, she has runners still to come in races 7, 8, and 9. She only has 1 entered on the Friday card.
That's interesting. That's a light work day for Linda. She usually has several more entries. But listen, we saw what she was able to do in Saratoga when she was down 5.
Talk about coming from off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, there's no quit there, and she's going to make
final race of the meet tied it up.
Yeah, I mean, just really, I don't know that we'll ever see a trainer's race as exciting as that one. And in some respects, I'm almost happy it was a dead heat because Chad Brown and Linda Rice, neither one of them deserved to lose the meet. They both had such outstanding meetings.
No question. But with that, there's a 5 straight title streak going for Linda Rice, which is just unbelievable. So still hanging in there with a chance to keep that streak alive. That's kind of a throwback to the days of, like when Frank Martin and Sigmund Sommer were dominating on the NYRA circuit. He would just reel off, meet after meet after meet. And actually, he might have had some interruptions there because, he was dealing with a lot of claiming horses, a lot of lower level horses. Not that he wasn't very capable with good horses, Hall of Fame conditioner, Frank Martin. Well, this one well, now it's just shifted as I say that. The 3 had been favored pretty much throughout the wagering, and now Harton for Pletcher. Kind of bouncing back between these two. Had taken a lot of money, also eligible that draws in. It doesn't seem like, overwhelming amount of turf pedigree there.
No, but he does have a couple turf works in Saratoga, and obviously Todd Pletcher very good at recognizing where his horses are going to excel. And a couple things against him, though, and major one being the post position. What kind of trip is he going to work out from the far outside post?
How difficult is that out of the chute?
Oh, I think it's extremely difficult. Your inclination is to want to get in as quick as possible, but you've got horses to your inside, so you've got to kind of get a little bit lucky and get the right break and flights of horses, or have enough speed to clear, and then not use too much horse up. I mean,
Does it almost feel like you're going uphill a little bit out of the gate?
Yeah, it does. You can see the way the gate is angled, and where your position is. The inside horses are getting all the best of it. You watch track meets, right? And when, somebody's starting on the inside, they give them that head start. And, the outside, they start on that big head start. Well, you're not having that, and you're starting on the outside. You're starting in the equal spot.
Got to give you a big confidence booster just as a rider, too, knowing if you're drawn inside.
The only thing you have to do when you're drawn inside is make sure you go forward enough leaving the gate that horses can't take your position. If they outrun you and take your position, fine. But don't allow them to just fold over without working for it.
So we'll see if Harton can overcome that. Now the 2-1 favorite from the far outside slot on this turf configuration here at a mile and 16th coming up.
I'm going with the 8 Rocket Knight. I love those 2 5-furlong workouts in Saratoga on the turf. He's tried to run on the turf twice. Now he gets to that surface, and I put more credence in 5 furlong or further workouts on the turf.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up here to kick off his late pick 4. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
Number 9, Mighty Glory, the next two go into the starting gate, and then we'll be waiting for team captain, Right to Vote, and Heartened. First time started, team captain, heading into the starting gate with a Right to Vote going right in, and that will leave number 11, Heartened, to complete the 10-horse field. And these are 2-year-old maidens going a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And we are ready to go. And they're off. And it is Quokka along with Halton, who's down at the rail. Holton and Quokka, they are 1-2 with the gray Scarlet's Artemis running in third. And Marceau is next in fourth. On the extreme outside is Heartened, gaining ground. Next to Heartened is Mighty Glory as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. So it will be Holton who has a narrow lead, and Quokka's on the outside racing in second, followed by Marceau down at the rail in third, then the gray Skylar's Artemis racing in fourth. Moving up on the outside in the black cap there is Heartened, who now takes fifth. Rocket Knight down at the rail in sixth, followed by Mighty Glory in seventh. Then comes Right to Vote in eighth. It's a break of 3 to team captain, and Live to Ride trails the field in 10th. The quarter 24-2, the half mile in 51-1. Holton is the leader by 3/4 of a length, with Quokka running in second and Skylar's Artemis next in third, followed by Marceau, who's fourth, about 4 lengths from the front. Now Heartened is being asked to pick it up a bit. On the outside, they go into the turn. Holton by a half length. Quokka, Skylar's Artemis. So they remain 1, 2, 3, with Heartened now moving up on the outside of Marceau. Then comes Right to Vote. Down at the rail is Rocket Knight. Off the turn and into the stretch, and it is Quokka and Holton, and they seem to bump there a bit in the stretch, with Marceau in third and Hearten's on the extreme outside in fourth. Live to Ride has come alive, but now they're inside the 16th pole. Here's Quokka, here is Hearten, and here is Right to Vote, and right there is Marceau. They come for the finish, and it may have been Quokka. it's going to be a photo finish. If it was Quokka, it's a long shot winner.
And it looked like it was here. Kendrick Carmouche 21-1 on a horse here at start number 2, getting on turf for the first time.
Very, very soft pace on. They went a half in 51-1, and Quokka always in the right spot. Holton right to his inside, but Isaac Castillo set the pace. Kendrick Carmouche never let him out of his sights. And there were horses running on from the back of the pack, but they were at such a disadvantage because of the tepid pace that was on, that Quokka had enough left to hold on, getting to the turf for the first time off of that one race. And I said earlier, Tommy Albertrani's horses do improve with racing.
2 today for Kendrick. 3rd biggest price on the board. Indeed, gets it done here. Quokka, Noble Mission Colt, who was a huge price in the debut on a race that came off the turf. The Dam had won on synthetic. Not much attention on the board for this one. This is a surprise for a lot of tickets. Going to get bounced here.
Yeah, but, you know, again, you always got to look at Tommy Albertrani's horses in their 2nd and subsequently 3rd starts. They improve with racing. He doesn't crank them up to win early. Horse getting to the surface that he was always meant for. It rained off first time. And this is the 2nd turf race today. We see 5 horses in the frame in a blanket finish. I see 6 join in the fray there late. And that's the beauty of turf racing, Greg. Brings them together. We get these blanket, exciting finishes. Now, they look like there was some contact between the 1, Holton, and the 2, Quokka, in the stretch, but I think it was a function of the inside horse maybe taking a step out and the outside horse taking a step in. See, right there was a bump. Take a look at that again. It looked like maybe when the 2, Quokka, was switching leads, he took that step in and maybe made a little more of the contact than the 1 horse, Holton, did stepping out.
All right, unofficial to this point, 2:11:10:1. We'll try and get another look here and see if there's anything there with this 21-1 shot. One more peek.
Now he's going to change to his right lead right there, and he did take a step in, and I think he's the one who initiated the contact. Now, Holton finished 4th. I don't think it cost him a placing. I don't think it was very egregious, but that was a case of a young horse being a little bit green, stepping over from their inside, leading with their left foreleg to their right front leg, and taking that step in at the same time.
Nothing posted yet. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Honestly, guys, I was more concerned with what happened near the wire. We keep cutting it off before they get to the wire because it seemed to get very tight, especially with the 4 horse in here who actually finished off the board in Merceau. So I would love to see not quite that far back, yes. I don't think it really affected Holton, the bump, and if anything, he hip checks Quokka there as well. But it did get very tight, and I'm wondering who maybe veered off their path late here, if it has any bearing on what's going to play out. I see no signs of an objection or inquiry late here. I just saw that Javier Castellano was steadying late right there. It's going to get tight for him. It may have not mattered. It may have been right at the line. As you see there, Greg, he stands up in the iron as the 11 and the 2 come over on him.
Got squeezed late, but was it past or right at that wire?
I think the most damage was done after the wire, but the 2, Quokka, was the one who did a steady drift from about the 16th pole and caused most of that issue. I'm going to tell you.
It's official.
Right now, though, I mean, and it's official. Irad Ortiz on the 11, Heartened, really protected Javier Castellano. Because there was one point when the 2 came out, Quokka, and he kind of gave him a little bit more room. He didn't want to put him in a dangerous situation, right? You know, race riding's not putting somebody in danger. It's compromising their trip to better your trip. And I really liked the way Irad Ortiz took care of Javier Castellano there. Javier Castellano owes him a thank you when they get back to the jockey's room.
It is official. Quokka 21-1. With the victory, Kendrick Carmouche 2-win Thursday afternoon. We'll be back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200. 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. When do we get it about him? What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
We watched his career, you know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition, you know, it's fun.
Victoria in the Vanderbilt.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning into the program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we just saw a pretty big upset in race number 6 as Quokka for Tom Albatrani, Kendrick Carmouche delivering the winning ride, upsets this field in his second start. And Tommy, he's bred for turf. He looks like a turf horse, but you opted to keep him in, and I thought it was promising that he showed that early speed that he did in that dirt race.
Yeah, I mean, we knew going into the race that he probably wasn't going to handle it, but we said, let's just give him one over to, you know, give him a race and see what happens. And he showed some good speed. He quit right away. So I told Kendrick, if he likes the grass, he's going to take you all the way today. Yeah. And he did exactly what we wanted.
And to a good ride by Kendrick Carmouche, just kind of doling out and being forward through pretty slow fractions. Yeah, the pace was, you know, a little slow, but he always had him where he wanted to be, and he was in a great spot. There was no one around him to even bother him, you know. So everything went well. He had something left, and looked like he galloped out really well too. So hopefully he'll be a nice horse going longer in the future. For sure. And two, kind of padding your stats, if you will, here with your second-time starters. Talk a little bit about, you know, Richie was bringing it up, that it's not necessarily first time that you want your runners. It's after they have that race, after they have that education. Talk a little bit about your philosophy when it comes to these young horses. Well, I like to have them ready to go. I mean, we know they're going to improve with a race under their belt. We saw one last week, did the same thing. Rathmore did the same thing second time out. So I think it's just a good learning experience for them. Let them have that one race without, you know, putting them bullet works in them first time before they run. So it seems to work well. And it does. With you in the winner's circle here. Congratulations. Thanks, Maggie. Thanks very much. Quokka getting the win for Don Alberto Stable and Tom Albatrani. And it never hurts to have an education, which he did. Greg?
21-1. Thank you, Maggie, and our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $44.80. Does this feel a little better to win on a big long shot like this?
Yeah, absolutely. You know it's going to garner more attention. People, you win on an 8-5 shot, and everybody goes, "Well, that horse was supposed to win." You win on a 21-1 shot, and people are heaping praise on you, and you feel like you have more of a hand in the victory. One thing about Kendrick Carmouche, it doesn't matter if they're 20-1 or 2-1. He's going to put him in a position to win from.
Such a tremendous professional, and he paid his dues for so long at Parks, where he was dominant and won a few riding titles here in New York now, and he's earned it. Late pick 5, we already have our big number in leg number 2 with a long way still to go.
Yeah, boy, blew up the tote board in the second one, though, so if you're still alive, good luck going forward.
All right, here we go in the 7th, and we're going to be on the main track, 7/8 of a mile, 50,000 starter allowance race coming up, and one of 3 left for Linda Rice this afternoon, chasing Chad Brown for that training title. Mersal looks like the one to beat, though, for the Dutrow barn. Manny Franco on board the 5.
They've been running consistently well at this level, and the last 2 races at a mile turns back to the 7 furlongs. When, last time it looked like she had every opportunity to go on by Carapara and maybe flattened out a little bit late. So maybe the turn back for an 1/8 of a mile will help her finish the deal.
All right, we'll dig in a little deeper to this race in just a little bit. It's Rick Dutrow with the favorite right now, and Rick Dutrow maybe with a horse to beat in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That would be 4-year-old White Abarrio off that brilliant performance in the Whitney as we shine our Breeders' Cup spotlight on this closing in on now multi-millionaire. He's getting close. Not bad for a performance that's going to make him one of the horses to beat on a race they weren't initially even looking at going to. They were planning on the 4-go.
Wow.
But compact field in the Whitney, wanted to get away from Elite Power and Gunite, who just both ran so big. They wound up in the Whitney, and wow, did it pay off.
And this was a breakout performance. White Abarrio horse has always shown a great deal of ability, had been very successful in South Florida. Look at the way he finishes the deal here. I mean, he really levels off and just runs away, leaves this field reeling in his wake. And one thing that impresses me about him is I love horses that have that serious demeanor, right? They run with their ears pinned and kind of level off and bear down. This was a breakout performance, and it almost looks like the way he ran through the wire, the 1.25 miles wouldn't be an issue. His stride didn't deteriorate at all.
This is courtesy XBTV, and this was his work 5 furlongs, 101-4 at Santa Anita on October 16th.
Yeah,
Rick Dutrow says he's not had too many horses in a zone like this horse is in right now. He's as happy and as game as he can be.
I mean, he just looks straight as a string. It looks like a very easy maintenance move, much like you saw in the Whitney. His stride looked great. He continued and galloped out. Now, I know there was some talk. He missed, he was supposed to work Monday. They postponed it, and then Tuesday they don't have works at Santa Anita. So it'll be interesting to see, why was this little adjustment in schedule or hiccup in schedule, if you will, going forward? Something, it's conversation at this point. Could mean nothing, but I'm looking forward to seeing his next work.
Yeah, and, even for Dutrow, I wouldn't say this is a one-hit wonder. His Met Mile in defeat was a sneaky, very good race against Cody's Wish.
I agree. I thought that was a very good race. And now we're seeing, sometimes horses stretch out to the 2-turn distances, and they're just able to get in a better rhythm. 1-turn races kind of progressively get faster as they go on. 2-turn races, they jump out, run to the turn, moderate, gives the horse a chance to get in a rhythm, catch their stride properly. And he's got a very efficient way of moving.
Yeah, you could see it in that work, even to the untrained eye. It's a beautiful mover. Take a look at the Classic pre-entries. These were drawn yesterday. And this is a talented lineup for the Classic, including so many big names in that 3-year-old division. It feels like all these talented 3-year-olds, Arcangelo, Arabian Night, Go Rocket Ride, and then White Abarrio.
Yeah, and honestly, the very strong 3-year-old contingent this year, and 3-year-olds that genuinely want every bit of the 1.25 miles and more. White Abarrio, of the horses I'm most familiar with, because we have horses, it's a Breeders' Cup. Horses are going to come from all over the world. He is the older horse that I think everybody's got to deal with. But the 3-year-olds are strong this year.
Ujba Tesoro, 6 in a row, including the Dubai World Cup.
Well, that's why I qualified it by saying that, because I'm not as familiar with some of the competition yet.
Here's Dutrow's favorite in the 7th coming up. Mersal, Manny Franco will have the ride. 3-time winner coming off a 3rd-place finish at this level last start. We'll get to the post-parade when we come back for more on the 7th.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience.
Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Between those two is 49er in third by a length, and Claremont there at the top of the stretch. 49er, Precisionist, Tullingham. Those three across the track, and 49er now gets the lead by a half. Precisionist now seconded by a neck. On the rail, Claremont is third by a half. On the outside, Tullingham and Mossif. They pass the 8th pole. 3/4, 9 flat. 49er has the lead, but Mossif is closing. As they approach the wire, it's 49er and Mossif. 49er has the lead.
1988 Naira Mile, Woody Stevens, Claiborne Farms 2-year-old champ who had won the Haskell, the Travers. Narrow loss to Ali Sheba would be the horse of the year in the Woodward. And then this performance as well, beating older horses.
He was a brawler. He loved the fight, did not want to be passed. And he was a horse that I was a huge fan of. I was down at the Haskell. I was injured. I wasn't riding. I was with Skip Dickstein, incredible photographer. He set up the cameras. All I had to do was hit the trigger when the button when the horses came by. I got a great picture of him beating Seeking the Gold. But he was ridden by Billy Fox this day. Mossif was second with Dean Sarvis, and Tony Vega on Precisionist was third.
Pretty good fill-in for Lafitte Pinkai, right? For Fox when there was a jockey strike that day.
It was such a difficult period of time, and you know the main riders striking. I was injured at the time. I wasn't riding, and Lafitte, who had been his regular rider, losing the mount because he wouldn't cross the picket line. It was just a really bad, tough time. But it should take nothing away from the horses on the racetrack. And 49er had the heart of a lion.
Take a look at this year's lineup in the 49er on Saturday. Grade 2, race 10, 1-turn mile. And Ever So Mischievous took a step forward last time on that Harrods Creek for Brad Cox. That was a stakes victory, 7/8 of a mile. He's won 3 of the last 4 with the only defeat by a head.
I mean, this horse is, you know, a head, 2 heads away from being perfect. He shows up, he's got speed, he puts himself forward, and Christian Torres coming in to keep the mount after the big win last time in the Harrods Creek.
All right, back to today's action. The 7th race coming up. Linda Rice, first of 3 remaining chances if she were able to sweep with these 3. She's in the tie for the training standings with Chad Brown. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and we'll actually take a look at both of her horses here in the paddock, Greg. As I have no problems with Mersal for Rick Dutrow, who looks to take money and continue to do so to post time. I'm interested in her horse that she reclaims. That's number 1, Vax. Same ownership group as well. And to be fair, they may have lost money on Vax first time out, despite winning with her, but dropping her in for the 16 and losing her that day. And they go right back in for the 40. Again, last time out after she finished second, albeit in the slop. Now she's going to get back to a fast main track for, the first time in a long time. Her last 4 races, 3 of them have been on wet tracks. And the argument could be made that she is better on a fast track. She looks sensational here, maybe even better than what I've seen from her in the past. Great energy to boot. So I think that Vax is very intriguing in this spot due to the reclaim as well. As we'll move on to Linda's other charge, and that's number 6, Roman Goddess, another one getting back to a fast track. She battled on the front end that day, and she just didn't look comfortable over the slop. She's kind of running with her head up in the air. She was running in spots, stops and starts as well. And the last time I saw her in the flesh, in the prelims, in the paddock, I didn't like what I necessarily saw. Now, she won that day for her previous connection. She just looked very light and kind of weak behind. Now, typical of Linda Rice, she has put some weight on this filly, which I like to see. And I think she is a little bit intriguing getting back to a fast track here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. One of 2 chances for Linda Rice here in this 7th. She's got the 1 Vax as well, obviously, but it seems like, according to the betting public at least, everyone has got to beat this Rick Dutrow filly, Mersal.
Listen, she's been consistent, and she runs figures more than fast enough to win here. I mean, you see those buyer figures, 71, 71, 70, 68 last time. Biggest thing for me, Greg, is the turn back to 7/8. I just wonder if the mile wasn't stretching her to her outer limit. She has that 1 big win on it, well, 2 wins it, but the last 2 times, I just felt like she was a little bit flat the last part. Maybe the 7/8 helps her get it done.
We'll see if she has that maybe extra punch, not having to go quite that far. Still has run respectable races, all at this level. And she did go 7/8 against Older Company in a pretty productive race. That was 3 starts back at Saratoga with the top 2 finishers both coming out of that race to win again. Next out.
Yeah, listen, she's been facing very good competition, and her numbers certainly align with her favoritism. I thought there was just some other interesting runners here, and, Maggie talked about Vax. Linda Rice claimed this horse for 40, dropped it to 16, was reclaimed by her connections. William Butler ran him back for 40 and got taken back for 40 by Linda Rice.
It's been a tale of up and downs. Dropping class, bigger dropping class, then jumped up. Major jump up today. Linda got the massive drop down with that win at Saratoga with this horse. Here's Try It Again at 6-1.
Rudy Rodriguez's barn is going well, gets back to the dirt after experimenting on turf last time, and you get Irad.
Boss Lady Kim just won big for a weak group at 7/8.
Yeah, much easier group, but it was this distance at this racetrack.
There's an icy reply for Jimmy Ferraro.
Hard knocking filly, 4 wins, 12 seconds.
Mersal at 9-5 for the Dutrow barn.
Yeah, listen, his run consistently fast enough to win this race.
Stablemate to Vax for Linda Rice. Here's Roman Goddess.
Yeah, big win, 2 back. Caught slop last time. Now turns back to the 7/8. And I like the marks on her physicality by Maggie.
Yeah, and Ghostly Girl, Javier Castellano from the outside, just 1 for 15.
Yeah, it comes off a poor effort in the slot, but all her other efforts are good. That 1 for 15, a little problematic for me.
Here's the other Linda Rice. We saw the stablemate just a moment ago with Jose Ortiz. Vax, this is Roman Goddess. And the last time going 7/8 of a mile, it was a win off a short layoff, Belmont at Aqueduct for 49 winners at 2.
Doesn't it feel like Roman Goddess plays out to be the speed here too? I mean, she looks to me like she could get very comfortable on the lead here. Do you see anybody else that could really take her on early? Maybe the 3, Boss Lady Kim?
Yeah, probably the 3 appeared to be the only one, and I think this one's just inherently quicker.
Yeah, and being drawn outside of the other horse that potentially could be speed gives Jose Lezcano, who's been making all the right moves. He's just been riding in terrific form for the longest time. The luxury of, okay, if someone wants to go crazy, then I can just, stalk from the outside, not be far away. I bet Jose Lezcano gets injured earlier this year. supposed to be off for an extended period of time. Started feeling better. Cut the cast off himself, goes to the doc. He says, Doc, I feel good. I'm going back to work. Went back to work, and like he never missed a day. That's what champions do.
These riders, you talk about hockey players being tough, and they are, but so are these jockeys.
Yeah, they really are. And you know how big a hockey fan I am, and hockey players to me are, because they play, so many games, and it's physical every night. But riders, kind of take it to a little bit of a different level because you're dealing with 1,000-pound animals and being surrounded by 1,000-pound animals.
You'd probably take getting checked into the boards over being dropped over a 1,000-pound animal anytime.
Well, some of these hockey players are so big, strong, and fast. I don't know about that. Maybe not.
4 minutes to post. Here are the 7th coming up. Back to Maggie.
We'll take a look at number 2 in here, getting back to the dirt. First time for the Rudy Rodriguez barn in number 2. Try it again. Now, the last time we saw her on the dirt back at Saratoga, I think the argument could be made that she was on a rail in which you didn't want to be there. And you could kind of tell. Every horse that went down to the rail that day just kind of was mired and bogged down and ran in place. So I do think she's interesting from that perspective. And while physically she looks nice and healthy out there, very much the quintessential Rudy Rodriguez trainee. Wish he kind of limbered up a little bit quicker in the warm-up as we see Irad Ortiz take her away from the pony today. I'm scared of her. I wonder what kind of running style she chooses to display, because there are times in which she is fast enough here, and the fact that Irad then took her away from the pony, maybe they are going to try to be aggressive with her today, but I could not get it over number 1, Vaxen here, guys, as she definitely won the paddock contest and she won the warm-up contest, and I just can never let a reclaim, especially a reclaim in which you lost money the first time around, that you go back in for. I just can't let them slip away from me, Greg.
And Mike Maker had reclaimed this filly, and then Linda Rice reclaims this filly, and that was probably one of the most funny races to me in sense of you see this massive drop to such a low level with Vax. 16 non-winners at 2 from 40. Where you say, okay, this is trying to keep her in the hunt for the trainer's title.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what the motivation is. It feels like that. I mean, we can speculate. But it wasn't, too, like Vax dropping to that 16 level, won by open lengths. I mean, she worked hard to do it and got up by 3/4 of a length. Business-wise, for Buck Butler, it was a great deal, right? Lose a horse for 40, take it back. So you made a $24,000 profit and you have your horse back. Run the horse back for 40, finish second, so you get that purse. And you get another 24 on top of what you claim those back for 16. I mean, if you could do that with every horse, it would be easy to stay in business, right?
How about to have to run that kind of a number to win a 16 non-winners at 2? That's how tough Saratoga is.
Yeah, I was just going to say, isn't that kind of a shining example of just how hard it is?
82 Beyer speed figure in that win.
Yeah, I mean, just a tough place to win. You win. I always said winning in Saratoga, winning 1 in Saratoga is like winning 2 anyplace else.
Or 3.
Or 3. Or 3 even.
Yeah, Maggie brought up the speed of the 2, and trying again has shown considerable speed in the past. And I was bringing up to you, Icy Reply the 4, another one, shown some speed in the past. Well, either of these 2 try and pressure on the front end.
Yeah, listen, Icy Reply can. She could be forward. I was kind of a little bit taken away from her by that 4 wins, 12 seconds. I have to say this, though, the 2 try it again. Second start for Rudy Rodriguez. You get Irad. Man, did that horse warm up nice. She could not have framed up any nicer.
5-1 right now. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for his first win on this Thursday card. Meets leading rider. Trying to close things out. Here's the favorite, Mersal. Manny Franco, that's the man chasing Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 back coming into today. Let's go upstairs. Race 7, Belmont at the Big 8. John Imbrial, the call.
And they are in the gate for race 7. And they're off. And it is Try It Again who goes out for the lead, with Boss Lady Kim running in second, and then Icy Reply to her outside is Roman Goddess, who's moving up. Vax is moving up down at the rail. 5 of them are stacked across the track. And just in behind is Mersal, who's running in 6th, and Ghostly Girl is the trailer in 7th. So it is Boss Lady Kim who now has a narrow lead. Icy Reply in between horses. Roman Goddess on the outside, the quarter 22 and 3. Try It Again has backed off, is down at the rail on the inside of Mersal. Then comes Ghostly Girl, and Vax is now the trailer in 7th. The leader is Boss Lady Kim by a half length. Icy Reply second by a half length. Roman Goddess on the outside in 3rd. And Mersal is a closer 4th, with Try It Again running in 5th, followed by Ghostly Girl and Vax. Boss Lady Kim with the lead coming to the top of the stretch. The half went in 45 and 3. Here is Mersal now ranging up on the outside of Icy Reply. Boss Lady Kim, Icy Reply. Mersal is all out in the middle of the track, now with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Icy Reply in between horses. Mersal's on the outside. Boss Lady Kim now back running in 3rd. And then Roman Goddess. It's Icy Reply and Mersal, and those two will fight it out to the finish. And it's going to be Mersal by a head. Icy Reply was second. Roman Goddess got up for 3rd.
Mersal digs in, fights, and not to be denied under Manny Franco for Rick Dutrow Jr.
Well, the public had this right from the start. Mersal going off eventually at 9-5, patiently handled by Manny Franco. 5-way scrimmage for the lead down the backstretch. Manny set off the pace, had it come wide. Looks like she's more comfortable running out in the clear, and was able to wear down the 4 Icy Reply, who I don't think she hung today. I think she fought. I think she just got beat, but now she has 4 wins, 13 seconds. Nice effort by Icy Reply. Luis Rivera Jr., an apprentice that I've been impressed with. And it looked like the 6 Roman Goddess was spinning her wheels around a turn, and they kind of found her stride and re-rallied to be 3rd. But make no mistake about it, Mersal gets it done with that wide, extended run under Manny Franco. Rick Dutrow, another winner.
5, 4, 6, 3. You get the 9-5 favorite, but 12-1 underneath if you happen to have this exacta. It's creating value. Dutrow Barn, Manny Franco closing the gap on the meet's leading rider. Now within 2 of Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, listen, Manny, he's been riding well. Going to keep showing up, and I like when the races are close. There's just too many good riders, and it's fun to see them slug it out all the way to the finish of the meeting.
You guys are acutely aware. Are you in that jockey's room?
Oh, absolutely. Anybody who tells you they're not being 100% truthful. You want it. You get close to it. I wouldn't go into a meet wanting to be leading rider, but if I got to the point where I was close to it, I would always tell my agent, hey, listen, if we can have to ride more horses or take a shot with, horses maybe we wouldn't normally ride, go ahead, because you don't know how many times you're going to get in that position.
9-5 favorite, Mersal. Here in the 7th, Belmont at the Big A. Manny Franco, number 26 at the meet. 2 back now of Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll be back with prices and set up the 8th when we come back.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
is a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, Manny Franco. 26th win of this Belmont at the Big A meeting. 2 back of the meet's leading rider, still in the mix. And it's the favorite, Mersal, for the Dutrow Barn, who of course will have White Barrio in the Classic, who gets the win here in the 7th. 5, 4, 6, 3. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Vince Scuderi, co-owner of Mersal, and we were just discussing, Vinny, about the turn back in distance to this 7 really kind of aided her chances today.
Yeah, Manny had suggested it because she looked like she was a winner of the last couple of races and just started spinning her wheels in the stretch. So we figured a little bit shorter would be better. And he had the timing down. We were a little wide, but I'd rather be wide and have the proper timing. And she run big today. I was very happy with her.
You're a guy who's at the races quite a bit, making my job easier, but you do a lot of handicapping. How much time do you put in? Obviously, if you're handicapping from the wagering perspective, but also for the claiming perspective.
Well, that's a good question. If I wasn't the boss, I wouldn't tell you the truth, but I spend a couple hours a day, every day doing this. I spend an hour every morning. I go over everything. I go with the sheets to see who looks good, look for back class, then look again at the racing form, and then talk to about 4 or 5 other people. So, yeah, it's more time than I should be spending. Maybe my business would do better if I spent less time with the horses.
But I love it. It's all about the passion work.
I got to do both. I'm getting bored with just one.
All right, now I'm really, really shooting for the stars here with the honest answers. Which trainer gives you the best information?
Oh, boy, that's hard. You know, they're all good, but they're all terrible because they get fooled just like we do, just like the horses do. Although Rick, I have to say, Rick loved this horse today. And Rudy's pretty good. And, you know, if they don't like their horses, they're not doing the right job. And they all like them. When they don't like them, sometimes it's better than when they do like them. That's a good question, Maggie. You surprised me with that one. And we rehearsed this. That wasn't fair.
Well, it's always a pleasure catching up with you, Vin. Congratulations. And good luck. You might have gemography in the Hudson. We'll see. Tough race coming up.
Might be too difficult. We might have to give them a little more time, maybe put them back in for a tag again.
Well, enjoy this win here and enjoy all the hours you put in on handicapping.
Yeah, it finally paid off. Thanks.
Guys. Oh, he cracks me up. Thank you.
I know you had some great success with Vinny Scuderi. Trainers don't know when they're going to win the races?
Well, I tell you what, he had a trainer back in the 80s when I was riding all of Vinny Scuderi's horses and Jimmy Riccio named Pete Ferriola, Pistol Pete. And when Pete told you he liked one, just go wait in the winner's circle. He was absolutely the best. And so I had a long-standing relationship with Vinny and, man, won a lot of races together.
Well, he said, you know, his trainer here, Dutrow, liked this one today. It sounds like he really likes the way White Barrio is going right now for the Classic. Something to keep in mind. Take a look at this late pick 5 follow along. Favorite Mersal here in this 3rd leg of the sequence with a $44 horse in the middle already. So it's going to pay no matter what happens. 2 legs remain and sitting in a pretty good spot if you are still alive and are able to close out this pick 5. We move on to the 8th. Mile and an 1/8 over the outer turf. New York breds. First allowance condition coming up, and right now the 9-1 headlight. Pletcher, Rad Ortiz Jr., 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, listen, this horse has run good races, closed well last time, but you think this is a little bit of a function of the connections 2-1 here? I mean, obviously Irad's always going to attract money, and a lot of times he delivers on horses that I think are overbet.
Just missed at this condition last time out. 3rd off a short layoff. Certainly a contender. It's early though. See if these odds even out a little bit. We're going to take a timeout. Rad Ortiz Jr., how often do riders, especially of his caliber, answer after someone chasing them wins? That just happened with Manny Franco. Can he get his first winner here on this Thursday card? How about Arad in the Breeders' Cup? 17 total Breeders' Cup wins, 14 in the last 5 years. He is well stocked again. We'll have a look coming back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like. Rosso alongside. These two at the 16th pole. Vino Rosso has taken the lead. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
DQ'd out of a victory in the Jockey Club Gold Cup leading up to this. Sweet redemption for Vino Rosso in the 2019 Breeders' Cup Classic. One of 4 wins in that Breeders' Cup for Arad Ortiz Jr. He was dominant in this Classic. It was Pletcher's first.
And, you know, it's amazing when connections stick with a rider, right? He was disqualified on Vino Rosso in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but they stuck with him. The confidence it builds and breeds within a rider, and knows they're a key member of the team. And listen, Irad has emerged as the dominant rider of this era in a jockey's room full with tremendously talented riders. He's the go-to guy, and he's like international now. People are tabbing him to ride their horses from coast to coast, certainly. And, you know, you go through the years, you know, Angel Cordero was in that position, Jerry Bailey, Mike Smith at one time, Johnny Velasquez. I'm leaving people out, so my apologies to anybody I'm leaving. But he is that guy right now, and he's not locked out of any barns. Anybody would feel fortunate to have him. And what he's done in the Breeders' Cup, I mean, it's just been a tour de force. He stays healthy. He should shatter every record that was ever made, particularly in the Breeders' Cup.
It's incredible. As we said, going to break, 14 wins the last 5 years in the Breeders' Cup, 4 that Vino Rosso year in 2019, and he is, wow, some big mounts again, up and down the cards on both those days.
Absolutely, and he brings it every race. But that's what's remarkable to me, Greg. he rides a 10 claimer with the same intensity he'll ride an Elite Power in the Breeders' Cup. And what a trip, Elite Power got here, that inside-out move, right? Save all the ground. Now you got this closing sprinter. Let's not take any more chances. Keep his momentum going forward, angled him to the clear, but did it just right. Made the corner first, and then here he comes with that explosive turn of foot that he has. And he's 4 for 6 at the distance, Elite Power. Going to be a handful again.
Obviously got beaten that rematch against Gunite in the Forgo. Do you think maybe part of that was being inside? He's a horse who wants to run outside of horses?
Yeah, I think he's better when he gets in the clear. I also think it was a function of they went 23-1,
Yeah.
46 for
No
horses
pace.
at that level. And Elite Power was having to play Gunite's game, right? Having to stay a bit closer to him because of the race shape. He'll get pace, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Although it's an interesting Breeders' Cup Sprint this year, looking at it on paper, it doesn't have some of that blazing speed that we've come to expect in that race. Yes, there's speed and there's fast horses, but it doesn't look like that 21, potentially 43 and change, 44 flat kind of speed. So it is a little bit of a different Breeders' Cup Sprint in that respect.
Meanwhile, Arad in the Classic this year, he's going to have the older horse to beat in the race.
Yeah, I mean, White Barrio to me is the older horse that I'm familiar with. Again, I got to qualify it that way because there are some horses that'll be shipping him just not as familiar with. But keep an eye on the way he finishes. It almost feels like inside the 8th pole, he found another gear. And when we look at horses, it's easy to get lost in the margins of victories. You go, oh, this horse won off so easily. He won by, many lengths. Sometimes the other horses are just tiring more than the horse that's winning by open lengths. That's not the case here. White Barrio's stride never deteriorated coming to the wire. He's held his form. The mechanics of his stride were still impeccable. And he's one of those horses that runs with that intensity, the ears pinned, teeth a bit bared. He almost runs a little bit mean, if you will, right?
And you talked about it too, like seeing him gallop out here, the way he's moving, working. You don't believe there's any question marks at 1.25 miles?
I really don't. I mean, listen, obviously until they actually win doing it, but watching him, I'm pretty confident he'll get every bit of the 1.25 miles.
Amazing, too, to think that he wasn't even thinking of the Whitney or this really division. He was thinking Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and the Forgo as a prep, and then everything changed.
Well, isn't that, one of the oldest sayings, better to be lucky than good, right?
Oh, he's both.
Well, he's both. I mean, listen, I'm not taking nothing away from Rick Dutro's prowess as a conditioner, but sometimes you get steered in a direction just by divine intervention. And I think it was coming up a little bit of a smaller field. The racing office said, hey, all right, let's take a shot there. And then ever since that, I mean, almost immediately after the Saratoga meeting, shipping right to California, getting acclimated with the place, comfortable there, training over that track. Now he's trying to execute a plan to get him to go the 1.25 miles. But that Whitney was a tour de force.
Arad Ortiz Jr. is going to try and keep that incredible streak alive. I don't even know what the line should be in terms of over-under wins losses for him. It might be 3 this year.
I mean, again, it's remarkable what he's been able to do in the Breeders' Cup. I've been able to privileged to witness a lot of great riders in their prime. To me, Jerry Bailey's prime lasted one of the greatest riders of any era, longer than anybody's. Angel Cordero was brilliant. What Irad's doing, and started doing at a younger age. I mean, to me, 5 years ago, at 24, 25 years old, Irad really hit his stride. You knew he had ability, but he took it to a whole nother level.
This is the one he'll be riding here in the 8th, coming up, looking for his first win on this Thursday card. One Headlight, teaming up with Todd Pletcher. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And 17 Breeders' Cup wins for Arad Ortiz. When I looked that up the other day, I was actually shocked because, as Richie said, he's still relatively young for what he has accomplished so far on the racetrack and in his riding career, as he'll be reunited with One Headlight. And there's no argument here. This horse ran best of any in that August 27th race, which was wired by Born Dancer. He was wide throughout, never had much cover or anything to save ground at any point. in any stage of the race and really just came with a relentless rally. Now, he is one that I wish would stay maybe a little bit closer, and he has the ability to do so, but he looks sensational here in the paddock. A happy, content horse who just looks as though he's thriving right now from the physical perspective of things and continues to strengthen up throughout this 3-year-old season. Moving on to a horse who's coming in off a bit of a layoff as a new gelding. That's number 4, Clear Conscience. And the last time we saw him, which was on July 2nd, another horse that was wired that day. And late in the stages of that race, he started lugging in quite badly, and it just seemed like an overall difficult horse to handle. Now, annoyingly, I don't have notes on what bit he wore last time, but he is wearing a ring bit here for Christophe Clement, along with the Chatterall that he has been wearing. But with the gelding, sometimes that will have a horse be a little more focused, a little bit just more easy to handle and pliable for their rider. He is a lot more defined, too, which I like to see. So he's intriguing coming back with that ultimate equipment change. As number 6, La Chase, he'll add blinkers today for his 3rd start for the Mike Maker barn. And he is one that I haven't seen much lately, but he has definitely strengthened up and filled out that frame now as a 3-year-old. And I'm wondering if last time, too, in which that race wired by a massive long shot in Giramonte for Leo Giramonte that day at 97-1. I'm wondering if La Chase kind of needed that race, because I'm not so sure that he doesn't need this one, too, kind of second off of that layoff, carrying a little more conditioning than I was expecting him to. He's awfully sharp and keen here in the paddock, Greg, with that shortcut cheater blinker on. Wondering if they're going to try to use this guy a little bit more forwardly this time around.
He'd shown talent early on, won his debut, then he was 3rd in the Grade 2 Pilgrim, 7-1 on La Chase, and here he is, meets leading rider Orlando Ortiz Jr. Can he answer? Manny Franco, the man chasing him, who just won the last race, and get his first win on this card today.
Yeah, listen, it'll go down to the wire. And what's interesting to me is the 3 leading riders, Irad, Ortiz, Manny Franco, and Jose Ortiz, all graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. So they're putting out a tremendous product. And listen, look at the way this horse is closing on the outside. I mean, he's an express train, right? He's really finishing. He had a swing wide, and he's just running fastest of all at the end, and he missed. I agree with Maggie. He was certainly best that day.
They weren't moving very fast up front either.
No, there wasn't much pace on, and it appears to be some pace in here. Spiritual King is going, right? He's a horse that's shown high speed. You get Luis Rivera Jr., the apprentice. You can count on him going. Laurel Valley's comfortable up close, doesn't need the lead. I think there's legitimate speed to help set up a closer. Indian Mischief is a horse that wants to lay up fairly close. I think there'll be legitimate pace. Gem Intent is a horse that can get a bit keen. I would love to see the one horse Gem Intent turn back in distance.
Well, Dylan Davis riding for Ray Handel on Gem Intent to kick off our post parade.
Yeah, gets the inside post. I just questioned him at the 1 1/8. I think it's stretching him to his outer limits.
Here's the 2 Indian Mischief, undefeated, 2 for 2 on the turf for Linda Rice.
2 for 2 on the turf, and stepped up big last time to win a starter allowance. It's a little bit tougher, but he belongs.
One of the few older horses in the group. He's won 3 in a row. The 6-year-old at Penn National, Spiritual King.
And he's quick, and he's going to lead them as far as he can.
Clear Conscience, Manny Franco looking to go back-to-back.
I think the key is gelding here. I saw a horse last time lugging in because he wanted to get on top of horses, acting like kind of a studdish type.
Blinkers coming off, another 6-year-old, Dr. Marbuz.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time. He's going to have to move it way forward.
Maker horse Maggie talked about. La Chase went by with Javier Castellano, and here's Laurel Valley.
Yeah, Laurel Valley is quick. Should be in a good stalking spot. Kendrick Carmouche looking for his 3rd win today.
Stable mate of La Chase. Here's Orad Ortiz Jr. teaming up with Pletcher.
Closer has to work out a trip for your Wallflowers fan there. 1 headlight. You like Jacob Dillon? Wallflowers?
Now that you've told me who he was. I didn't know. Is that the lead singer?
Yeah, Bob Dylan's son.
Oh, okay. Timbuktu we're looking at, also eligible, draws in. My wife's a fan.
Another closer, Timbuktu, that needs some pace and has to work out a trip, especially from that post.
5-1 from the outside slot. Jose Ortiz, he is not, as you said just a moment ago, he's not out of the mix either in this riding title. Chase to the finish. As we look at Indian Mischief, Jose Lezcano 2 for 2 in 2 turf tries for Linda Rice. 6 minutes away from this 8th coming up. That's what you're offered by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. $25 free play, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in Cup 25 for new members that sign up right there at NYRABets.com. You talked about the pace, the 2, the 3, the 8, all look like they want to go.
Yeah, I think that ultimately the 3, Spiritual King, will be your leader early, but I do think the pace will be more than legitimate, especially for the 1 1/8 distance.
Indian Mischief, Linda Rice, 3 back of Chad Brown. She'll have a horse heel. She'll have a horse in the last as well today. This horse has shown up. 2 for 2 and 2 turf starts with a multiple win summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, now listen, people look at the last race and go, well, he went a half in 50, 3/4 in 14, but he got the 1 1/8 distance and he continued and he finished. He came home the last 1/8 of a mile less, 220 yards in less than 12 seconds, 11 and 4. Go back to his start on July 26th. He was chasing or on top of head-and-head for the lead, 23, 46 and 3, 110 and 4. So he's capable of going quicker. He just took advantage of a soft pace last time. I think he'll wind up in a good stalking spot behind the 3, Spiritual King.
And you look at that replay too, and another horse that looked like, even though, yeah, you said soft fractions, he was striding out great late.
He really was. And again, when they come home the last furlong after going a mile in less than 12 seconds, that points him out. He's my top selection because I think 5 to 1 is a fair price for his horse that's undefeated on the turf. I know this is tougher, and sometimes horses look better when they don't have to work as hard for something. It's like people, when things are handed to them, they look like champions. When they got to work for it, it takes it to another level. But I've been impressed with him.
Meanwhile, there's our analyst selections. Maggie going with the 4, Clear Conscience, as we look at the 1. Gem Mint 10, Dylan Davis, Ray Handel. And do we throw maybe a 4th horse into the mix here from a pace standpoint?
Well, I think so, because he can also be a little bit keen, and Dylan's got to walk a tightrope here. From post 1, you don't want to come out too quiet and have slower horses that don't have as much natural speed as you, fold over in front of you, because the pace is going to moderate into the turn anyway. Now you're going to be running up on heels and running over top of horses. This was a huge effort against Let's Go Big Blue. He would look awful good in here. I just wonder the 1 1/8. It just feels to me like he's flattening out a little bit at the end of that mile race against Let's Go Big Blue. He has a win at 6 furlongs when he's able to sit in the pocket and finish. I think a 1 1/8 might be his undoing.
Now, 2 wins today for Kendrick Carmouche, and a horse who flattened out as well last time out, but that was at 1 mile 3/8 on the 8 Laurel Valley. He's going to cut back today to 1 mile 1/8 as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, we often don't see that, right, Greg? As Laurel Valley, I think, though, is a horse that, despite the turn back, still will be forward in here, as he typically, which is typically the case, was very tough to get the tack on. Came in washed out. He needed a pony to get the saddle on, but that's all within his typical nature when it comes to his races. And I would think that the less ground, not the less ground, but a little bit less ground of this 1 1/8 actually probably suits him, and he's a horse that quickly has come to hand for trainer Mike Maker, and they've kind of learned to deal with his idiosyncrasies quite well. And moving on to number 11, Timbuktu, as we talk about the pace, where it could be a detriment to the aforementioned Laurel Valley with other pace presence in here, it could work out well for a horse like Timbuktu, who I think is a bit pace dependent, but I think that's okay today, as he has a long straight and stretch of ground to work out a good position from that outside post. I think he makes a good deal of sense. I opted for Clear Conscience because I think the gelding will help him, but there's no doubt about it. That number 9, 1 Headlight, is the horse to beat. Don't mind the 1 1/8 for him. He broke his maiden at this distance. And Greg, I'm a little bit disappointed that you didn't know who Jacob Dylan was. I was absolutely obsessed with him as a 12-year-old. I went to the concert with the Counting Crows, and I got a T-shirt of the Wallflowers, and I literally wore that thing till it was threadbare.
I love that. I got to dig out some of the old concert T-shirts I have. They got a lot of wear.
I've still got a Jackson Brown T-shirt that's absolutely just falling apart at this point. And Maggie might have been obsessed at 12. I was probably about 30, and I was obsessed.
My Born in the USA Tour shirt, still have it.
Really?
Barely recognizable.
That's really cool.
Indian Mischief stepping in. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, one of several speeds in this 8th year. Let's go back to the 8 for a minute that Maggie was touching on Laurel Valley.
Mm-hmm.
We know, Kendrick, this horse has been successful forward, but coming out of that longer race, still going to be forward or going to dull that speed?
No, I still think he'll be forward. This is a horse that, was close proximity to a 22.45 and change pace going 6. He was able to stretch out successfully, but I do think he'll be forward regardless, turning back from that 1 3/8.
8th on the card, 1 1/8 on the turf. Let's go to John Imbriel.
All set now for race 8. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 4, a clear conscience. Dr. Marbus was off slowly as well and is at the back of the pack. Spiritual King is out first, and then it is Indian Mischief. In between horses is Laurel Valley. On the outside is Kingdom on Pause, who's now moving up as the field races into the turn. And it is Spiritual King who has the lead here. Spiritual King by a little more than a length. And then comes Indian Mischief, who's racing in second. Kingdom on Pause running in third. Laurel Valley down towards the inside and next in fourth. Then Lachey's in fifth, followed by Gem Min 10 in sixth. Timbuktu is running in seventh position. Then down on the inside is Clear Conscience, who's in eighth. And in between horses there is One Headlight. Farther back of the field is Dr. Marbus. 1/2 mile and 47 seconds. Spiritual King the leader by a length and a quarter, with Indian Mischief in second by a length. Kingdom on Pause is in third, followed by Laurel Valley running in fourth. Gem Min 10 advancing a bit down at the rail in fifth. Lachey's in between horses. Timbuktu's on the far outside. And then comes a One Headlight, who's now making up some ground, followed by Clear Conscience. As they go around the far turn, 3/4 up in 1:11 and 3. And now it is Indian Mischief with a narrow lead. Timbuktu's on the extreme outside. Kingdom on Pause is there. Laurel Valley's in behind horses, is going to need some racing room. One Headlight is on the far outside. And now here comes Timbuktu up to challenge Indian Mischief as One Headlight continues to gain ground. It is Timbuktu. One Headlight driving up on the outside. Timbuktu and One Headlight, and the two of them will fight it out to the finish. Timbuktu by a head over One Headlight.
Jose Ortiz just outlasting his brother, Arad Ortiz Jr. 2 wins today for Jose. He's just 3 back.
Listen, it's going to go down to the wire, too. And this Jose riding a consistently good race. I'm always impressed with his horsemanship, too. We saw it earlier in the day when he won a race for Jimmy Ryerson, fixing the horse's bridle. Timbuktu from that outside post was able to overcome that, and he didn't come from Timbuktu today. He actually got involved a little bit earlier. And interesting watching Irad follow right in the wake of his brother Jose aboard the 9. One Headlight, and One Headlight looked like he's supposed to swallow him from here, but Timbuktu had something else to say about it. Also feels like One Headlight might have just hung a little bit, Greg, like he got there and didn't really have that desire to run by as much as he was happy kind of running with. But take nothing away from the effort of Timbuktu. Jose Ortiz delivering a perfect ride. One Headlight just comes up a bit short.
2-win day, Jose Ortiz, Dutrow Barn, back-to-back. Timbuktu also eligible, draws in. And 5-1 here. Another upset already with a $40 horse in this pick 5.
Yeah, he got a good trip, made a little bit of what I thought might have been a slightly premature move, turned out to be the winning move. One Headlight followed him, couldn't get by. Laurel Valley, had to wait for room, looked all dressed up, no place to go. And when he found the room, he was a little bit one-paced. Indian Mischief, I think, got caught up a little bit chasing that fast pace and tired a little bit to be fourth, but it was a legitimate pace. A of turf races we see in New York, we complain that, man, no pace on. 22-4, 47-1, 111-3. That's legitimate pace for a mile and an eighth.
3 riders in the mix for this jockey title, as we have 1 race remaining on this Thursday card, and then 3 days remain back-to-back for the Dutrow Barn. 2 today for Jose Ortiz. His 25th winner of the meet puts him 3 behind his brother. 11-9, 8-2 finish here in the 8th, and there he is, Jose Ortiz. Well done on Timbuktu. We'll be back.
In 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
And the stage is set. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work is a superstar.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage as we bring in the final week of action here. Winter Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. There's a star on top of Timbuktu. One of the elite riders in this game. We talk about his brother so much, and it's well-deserved. Jose Ortiz, pretty dominant himself.
Yeah, absolutely. He delivered a decisive ride here. He loomed up, had to lose ground, but you're not going to get encumbered with traffic. Sets his horse down, and he feels the presence of one headlight with his brother Irad coming along and just had enough left to fend him off. I think Timbuktu fought for it, and at the same time, one headlight, it just felt like he hung just a touch, doesn't it, Greg? It looked like he had his opportunity.
Yeah. Felt in that position to his outside, he might run by, but credit Timbuktu. And we heard earlier this summer, it's Jose who's the trash talker of the two. You wouldn't have thought that. What do you think he's saying to his brother here going back to the jockey's room?
Yeah, I would have never thought that at all either. I mean, but hey, yeah, sure, you got to rub him in a little bit. No, I mean,
so I'm coming for you.
I guess Irad's more the silent assassin, and Jose talking a little bit of trash. Again, so impressive. The graduates of the Angel Cordero Jockey School in Puerto Rico, which Johnny Velasquez came from, Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco, so many more. I mean, just whoever teaches the school, my hat's off, my compliments. You create tremendous race riders.
One leg remains, 5-1 shot, upset to start it with Autumn Glory, and a $44 horse, of course, in there that kind of jumps off the page, is going to set you up if you're alive and can close to a very good score in the late Big Five. 6.5 furlongs, main track to close it out. New York bred, $30,000 maiden claiming race, and it seems like a very big chance for a 3-win day for Jose Ortiz and for Linda Rice here with Good Morning Kiss to get her first win on the card.
Good Morning Kiss, well spotted here, dropping down off of a good effort last time, showing speed. Now, it is a layoff, nearly a year, but horse got a good steady work tab. I like the 3 consecutive 5 furlong workouts up in Saratoga.
See how it plays out for Good Morning Kiss. Long time away, November of last year, but getting considerably easier company for the comeback. We're going to take a break. When we return, of course, much more on this finale. And a man who has 2 in that race. Horse that changed everything for him. Made it a little awkward, too, to make that winning phone call to the owners. We'll have that story when we come back on David Donk and Awad next.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running Awad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfuz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfuz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
That's such a cool story. That had to be a difficult phone call to make. We got to call that number on the show sometime and see if that's still the message on the answering machine.
I love the answering machine. You've reached the home that Awad bought. I mean, and just the love and appreciation that Dave and his wife, Faye, have for Awad. And listen, these horses elevate all of us that make or derive our living from this game. I'm always in awe of them and blessed to have this life with them.
Went on to have a very good career, Awad. And when you get a race named after you, that's usually the case. Awad, this year's edition coming up on our Saturday coverage. It'll go as race 9, mile and 16th on the turf. 8 will line up in this spot, including Christophe Clement Spirit Prince to the outside. Dylan Davis getting this big opportunity in this stakes race here, and a horse who's still trying to break through with that first win. Several are actually in this Awad, but the horses run very good every time out.
You know, you got to feel a little bit for Spirit Prince. He keeps on getting these wide draws, and Joel Rosario did everything right last time. You know, because of the post, he was forced to go to clear. He did, and this horse fought all the way to the wire. He got to weave in a little bit late, I think a little bit tired, a little bit resentful of the crop, and he draws outside again. Not that he needs a lead, but sometimes you make more use of a horse because you're trying to overcome the outside draw.
Meanwhile, Twirling Point, this horse did win, but it came moving to a different surface, going north of the border on synthetic at Woodbine, gate to wire.
Yeah, listen, it's synthetic, and sometimes horses that handle turf handle synthetic and vice versa. But his first race, now he did have trouble with the break, and it was Kentucky down, so you can forgive it. He was badly beaten, and then he responded so well up at Woodbine on synthetic. I'm just not sure what you're going to get. Are you going to get a horse that, you know, you just put a line through the first race because of where it was and the trouble he had at the break?
And in a Kentucky Downs race, it was the debut. A lot of things didn't go right that day. The fact that he was bet to favoritism, too, makes you think he probably has ability on the surface.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that at all. Usually when horses take that kind of money on debut, it's because they've tipped their hand in their morning training.
But 2-year-olds, they can improve leaps and bounds. We'll find out what happened. That goes race 9 on that Saturday card. 49er, Mother Goose as well. A couple of graded stakes. You don't want to miss the action coming up on Saturday. We're going to take a timeout. David Donk trained Awad, as you saw in that feature. He'll have a couple in this race. Both long shots, and it's a first-time starter. Getting a little more attention right now. It's Eastern Star debuting. Jose Gomez will be aboard for Miracle Man Racing at 11:01. We'll have the post-break when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program.
When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Sun shining on this Thursday afternoon as we kick off the final week of this Belmont at the Big A meet, closing day Sunday, and a lot still to be decided. The training title, the jockey title heating up with Irad Ortiz Jr., Manny Franco, Jose Ortiz all in the mix. And you can play all the action through the end of the meet through Beaters Cup and beyond with NYRA Bets. That's the offer. $25 free play in the sign-up bonus, $200 with that promo code CUP25 at NYRABets.com. Closing things out on this Thursday afternoon with a New York bred 30 maiden claiming sprint at 6.5 furlongs. So all for sale for that $30,000 price. And there's the Linda Rice Jose Ortiz combo. 3-year-old filly Good Morning Kiss taking a big drop, but 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, coming off an extended layoff, has been training forwardly and steadily in Saratoga. And that drop in class, I mean, it's a big drop from maiden allowance or maiden special weight to maiden 30 is as big a drop as you can get, pretty much.
Meanwhile, Maggie Meets leading rider, still looking for his first win on this card with a horse who's going to try a new surface for the first time today.
Yeah, we'll take a look at two horses, Greg, trying the dirt for the first time. Gonna save my opinion for how Good Morning Kiss warms up on the racetrack, but we'll start with number 1, Gotham Gray, who you were mentioning, a daughter of Frosted, and really the family, they were proficient on either surface. Yes, the dam ran slightly faster races on the turf, but she did win on the dirt. So looking at her, she does look a little more turf meant. I can see why Christoph has opted for the former surface quite steadily up until now. And she does draw on the inside, which kind of forces her hand a bit. You know, sometimes when obviously Christoph is really good with schooling his horses with dirt, and even the horses that are running on the turf, he will school them in dirt. So I'm not too concerned about that, but still, you never can quite recreate a race scenario with what you do in the morning. So she's going to have to be sharp like she has been on the turf. We'll just see if she can sustain it on the dirt. She is one that lacks a little bit of substance overall. Moving on to a horse that I'm intrigued by, who should be a price in here, and that's a drop-down runner in number 6, Army of Thoughts. She is a half-sister to Ernie Banker, who was a multiple winner on the dirt, and she's one that in her first 2 starts, one was a debut, the other was off a near-year layoff, she just did not look fit at all. Now that she's pairing races up back-to-back, she does look a lot more tucked up, and she gets class relief, and she doesn't look overly turf meant. I think she's really intriguing for Isaac Castillo and Jamie Begg. Moving on to a first-time starter you guys were mentioning for David Donk, Eastern Star, daughter of Honorable Dylan, and the dam has produced several kind of hard-knocking horses, including Coach Ron Kidd, who albeit was better on the turf, as well as Lyrical Miracle. I think she'll probably need one. She's very kind of laid back here in the paddock, probably not totally clued in, but not a bad looking runner who has come over here, at least physically, Greg, looking ready for the debut.
All right, Maggie, thank you. See how this finale plays out. Already big pick 5s to everybody in this nightcap coming up with that $44 horse we had in the second leg of this pick 5 sequence. But favoritism right now remains with Good Morning Kiss in here. You got to think a few of those tickets that perhaps still alive to get a horse like that, maybe single to this one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And these kind of races, to me, are usually difficult to handicap. You know, you've got some first-time starters, some horses trying dirt for the first time. It's such a mixed bag, and they are lower-level horses. I can understand why the 8's taking the money. The work tab's a little bit funny, right? I mean, 8 days between the last 2 works, and then it was about, 17 days between works before that. I like consistency in work tabs.
2,800 plus in the Pick 5 to Good Morning Kiss the 8, and it's 6,000 or better to everybody else. A lot of 5-digit numbers in there as well. Here's Gotham Gray, so first time on dirt with Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, Dam has produced 6 dirt winners, including Honor and Peace, who was 8 for 16 on the dirt, and going to Kukuro, 3 starts, 2 wins, and a second on the dirt.
1 of 2 for David Donk. Here's Bank Holiday.
He's going to have to really improve, and he's had some issues leaving the starting gate.
Countess Constance Romero Mirage at 18-1.
First-time starter for DT Stables, Steve Bick. The mare has produced 3 foals to race, all winners, including 2 debut winners.
Sweet Liberty, for the most part, which is career maiden almost now, but against better company, did run at this level, did not run well.
Yeah, against better company, had 12 tries. Ms. the Baker dozen, 13, the lucky one number.
Jamie Begbarn with Army of Thoughts.
Thought this one was interesting, just like Maggie, half-dirty banker, 11-time winner on the dirt. Army Mule, 23% winners in dirt sprints, but also 22% winners in turf sprints.
Cut back to the 7, Montauk Mystique. There's the favorite, with Jose Ortiz looking for number 3.
Yeah, the big drop in class and has run races that you would think for maiden 30 would be tough here.
Blinkers on, Strange Fruit, Pat Reynolds, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, a lot of tries for this one, too. 0 for 9. Has run races good enough to put her in the frame.
Kendrick looking for his 3rd today as well. Here's the other David Donk runner, the first-time starter, Eastern Star.
Yeah, Dave, not noted for winning with first-time starters. Not that he's capable of. Usually he kind of races a horse into condition.
First-time starter by the Derby winner, Always Dreaming. Here's Darling Cat.
Yeah, Darling Cat also for Gary Siak. He has 2 first-time starters in here.
And Manny Franco, 2 redheads for the Cantermachi barn. First time sprinting on dirt.
Yeah, turning back to the sprint distance after showing good speed last time in a slow pace going a mile.
And then maxing the bank on the outside at 45-1, Blinkers on.
Yeah, he's just going to have to improve vastly. Just has not, all the starts has had some trouble at the break. Last time stumbled, lost the rider, but previous to that was a little bit slow early. Just has to improve.
Feet out of the irons there for Kendrick Carmouche on Strange Fruit, who he was having a bit of a tough time with here.
Not easy to do what Kendrick's doing. Look at the position of his hands down on her withers, sitting on her back, legs around her, but that perfect position where his hands were. Not easy.
16-1 on Strange Fruit right now. As we take a look at the Pick 5 Will Pays, as mentioned, to the horse on your screen, the favorite, it's the 8. $2,897 and 2 quarters, and it gets considerably better from there.
I like that 2 quarters. Don't forget the change there. Yeah, I listen, these kind of races to me are a breeding ground for chaos. And I just think that we started the day, or the second race in the sequence, a maiden race, we had a bit of chaos, right? I think there's potential for that kind of chaos again.
4 minutes till we find out what happens. Yes, state-bred 30 maiden claiming sort of screams chaos as well when there's not a ton of form. I mean, the form comes in the 8, but it's someone who hasn't started since November of last year. So what are we going to get? Here's 2 redheads. Again, Manny Franco, 5th, beat 9 lengths at this level last time out at 1-2. We're going to go back, though, to a start before that, January 19th. Stumbled at the gate, out of the gate.
Yeah, from the inside, stumbled on that muddy sealed racetrack, but recovered and picked herself up and put herself right back in the game. Now, she's also coming off an extended layoff. But I like the turn back for her, and I think if she can get away cleanly, she can put herself in a decent position. This race is truly a head-scratcher. You can see she's a little bit steady, a little bit one pace. Maybe the turn back won't be good for her. Watching this, it's got me questioning my own thought process.
Right now, taking considerable money, 5-1 from that second to the outside slot. Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, I think she makes a good deal of sense. If somebody's going to upset the winner, I mean, she's probably the next likeliest winner in this grouping to Redhead's number 12 from the outside. And she's one that coming off the layoff, looks incredibly fit. Now, she is a bit of a taller, leggier type where maybe the 6.5 is too short, but I don't know. She's been warming up really well, and it looks as though the Cantomasis really do have her ready for this return to the races. As your 8, Good Morning Kiss. Well, I liked what I saw in the warm-up. I was kind of reserving judgment a bit, as Meg pointing out, maybe a little bit of an inconsistent work tab at least, but very energetic when she stepped foot on track, and she looks sensational. I mean, it's just the typical run-of-the-mill Linda Rice horse. They carry incredibly good weight and condition. Their coats are always spectacular, and those are, you know, just typical things that you see from this barn. It's kind of when you don't see that from one of their runners that you tend to kind of toss a horse. But all things good for your current 5-2 favorite, Greg. But I just couldn't resist taking a little shot here with number 6, Army of Thoughts. Don't mind the surface change, and she finally looks fit.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Army of Thoughts. Jamie Begbarn, Isaac Castillo, and 2 starts sprinting on grass so far. So dirt debut coming up in monster numbers in each of those 2 turf starts.
Yeah, listen, it's funny because I looked at the same things Maggie did, preparing for the show, that this horse really, you know, the dirt seems like it'll suit. And she actually, her first start didn't run a bad number on turf. I think it's very interesting. Also making that drop in class. And we see Kendra Carmouche climbing aboard Strange Fruit, who they loaded early. Probably a horse that they know is problematic, and keep it fair for all the other runners. Put her in the gate, make sure that she's situated before they start loading the rest of the field.
There's the 3 stepping in. Countess Constance, 2-1 favoritism. Believe the lowest price we've seen from Good Morning Kiss, who's been favored pretty much throughout in the wagering here in this race to close it out. 6.5 furlong sprint for New York Breds, all for sale for $30,000. Will we get a little more chaos here in the finale? Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out this Thursday card.
Waiting now for a Montauk Mystique. And then the outside 3. Darling Cat, 2 Redheads, and Maxing the Bank. Full field of 12 set to sprint 6.5 furlongs in this maiden claiming event. 2 Redheads now moving up. She goes in nicely. And number 13, Maxing the Bank, will complete this field. Just about set for the Thursday finale. And they're all in. And they're off. From the inside, it is Gotham Gray away well. Bank Holiday is right there. And now moving up from the outside is Eastern Star. Eastern Star now grabs the lead. And then it is Sweet Liberty, who is moving up to take second. On the outside, gaining ground, is 2 Redheads. 2 Redheads has now moved into third. Then comes Montauk Mystique next in fourth. Gotham Gray's down on the inside in fifth. Army of Thoughts is in sixth. About to be passed on the outside by Maxing the Bank from seventh. Bank Holiday down at the rail runs in eighth. Then comes Strange Fruit in ninth. Alongside is a Good Morning Kiss. Farther back in the field is Countess Constance. And the trailer is Darling Cat. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. And it is Sweet Liberty in the pink blinkers there. And moving up on the outside is 2 Redheads. 2 Redheads now to the front. Eastern Star has taken second. And then comes Montauk Mystique moving into third. Sweet Liberty is back running in fourth. And Gotham Gray. It is 2 Redheads, and she has blown it wide open here. 2 Redheads gives Manny Franco 2 wins on the day. A photo for second between Montauk Mystique and Eastern Star.
2-win day indeed, Manny Franco. Now 1 back of meet leader Around Ortiz Jr. This was all 2 Redheads in the nightcap.
She looked like a winner almost every step of the way. She was poised out there 3 wide, traveling beautifully in the bridle. It was over at the half-mile pole. I mean, you look, if you scan through the field, she was the only one traveling the bit and doing it the right way. And Manny Franco contributed a nice patient ride from lurking just off the pace. And great job by Matt Cantormazzi to have this horse ready off of, this horse hasn't run since February. To have her this sharp, this fit, she was best.
So 5-1 shot closes out action on the first day of the final week of this Belmont at the Big A meeting. And Manny Franco, 2-win afternoon, winless afternoon for the meet's leading rider. So both Manny and Irad's brother are able to cut into that lead a bit.
Yeah, a rare winless afternoon for Irad Ortiz, but it's just fun to watch these talented young riders, fight it out to the wire for lead rider. And you're close, you want it. It means a lot. You take a lot of pride in it.
3 days remain for all of it to get that riding title. Training title tight as well between Chad Brown, Linda Rice. We'll see if Linda can make up those 3 victories and have a similar ending we saw at Saratoga when they tied at the very last race of the meet. We're back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. Our coverage starts on FS2. We'll see you then. We hope 21-1. Kendrick Carmouche, 2-win afternoon for him, taking the 6 on Cuoca. Had a huge number to help this pick 5, and then Timbuktu. Back-to-back wins for the Dutrow Barn, and 2 for Jose Ortiz to remain right in the hunt to try and catch his brother for that riding title. We'll see you tomorrow, again, 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2.